도움이 많이 됐으리라 생각합니다. 이상으로 본회의 회의식을 모두 마치겠습니다. 이어서 본회의 진행을 조예지 최진우 사회자님께 마이크를 넘기겠습니다. 네, 감사합니다.
네, 안녕하십니까. 여러분들 본선을 시작하기 전에 카메라 다 켜주시길 바랍니다. 말씀드렸던 것처럼 카메라를 끄고 있으면 자리를 비운 것으로 간주를 합니다. 그리고 제가 만약에 박수를 치는 제스처를 하거나 어떤 이렇게 하면은 여러분들도 박수 같이 쳐주세요. 알겠죠? 네, 여러분 준비되셨으면은 머리 위로 동그라미 한번 그려주세요. 준비되셨어요? 여러분 준비되셨어요? 네, 제1회 나주 빛가람동 초중고 영어 말하기 대회를 시작하겠습니다. 제가 영어로 한번 설명하고 여기 있는 사회자님이 이제 한국어로 한번 설명을 할 겁니다. 여러분들 한국어 설명까지 다 들으신 후에 그 다음에 발표해 주시면 됩니다. 자, 시작하겠습니다. Alright, guys, you guys are ready, right? Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the very first 나주 빛가람동 Elementary, Middle, and High School English Speech Contest.
여러분 안녕하십니까. 제1회 빛가람동 영어 말하기 대회에 참가하신 것을 환영합니다.
Alright, I'm 조예지, and this is 최진우. Will be your host for the day.
저는 이번 사회에 맡게 된 최진우 그리고 조예지입니다.
Alright, before we begin, we would like to inform you a couple of things for you guys to keep in mind.
네, 본 대회를 앞서 몇 가지 주의사항에 대해 말씀드리겠습니다.
First, you do not have to introduce yourself nor the title.
네, 자기소개나 제목을 말할 필요가 없습니다. 본문을 바로 시작하시면 됩니다.
Second of all, before you start your speech, don't forget to make sure you're unmuted from the system.
네, 발표를 시작하시기 전에 음소거 해제가 되어 있는지 확인해 주시기 바랍니다.
Third, the time count will start whenever you say or speak the very first word.
첫 번째 단어를 말할 때 1초가 시작됩니다.
Alright, fourth is that if you need to leave for any circumstances, make sure to recheck your order, so like when your turn is to make the speech, and to turn off the camera and double check whether your mic, is muted or not. And if your absence gets longer than 15 minutes, please let the committee know that where you are and when you'll be back.
네, 만약 대회 중 자리를 비워야 된다면 본인의 순서를 다시 한번 확인하시고 카메라를 끄고 음소거 상태를 다시 확인하시면 됩니다. 그리고 15분 이상 자리를 비워야 할 경우 저희 주최 측에 꼭 알려주시기 바랍니다.
Alright, fifth is make sure you say thank you at the end of your speech.
네, 발표 마지막에는 꼭 Thank you라고 말해주십시오.
And last but not least, don't get nervous and good luck to you everyone.
네, 마지막으로 긴장하지 마시고 즐기시길 바랍니다.
And now, let's begin the very first 나주 빛가람동 Elementary, Middle, and High School Speech Contest.
네, 그럼 지금 제1회 빛가람동 초, 중고 영어 말하기 대회를 시작하겠습니다.
Okay, we'll start with the youngest and we'll go up and we'll start from the first graders, introducing the very first contestant number 1, from 빛누리 Elementary School, first grader, 서유진. The title is One Thing That Doesn't Change.
네, 나이 순으로 진행하겠는데 먼저 제일 어린 1학년부터 발표하도록 하겠습니다. 참가자 1번 서유진, 빛누리 초등학교. 제목은 One Thing That Doesn't Change.
서유진 친구, 음소거 해제가 되었으면 안녕하세요라고 한번 말해주세요.
No.
서유진 친구, 네, 음소거가 된 것 같은데요. 목소리 크게 해서 준비되셨을 때 시작하시면 됩니다.
Yes.
준비됐을 때 시작.
괜찮아. 진짜 씩씩하게 했어. 대신에 잘했지. 요즘에 엄청 잘할 수 있다.
준비가 됐을 때 시작하시면 됩니다. 긴장하지 마세요. 괜찮아요.
준비 시 노래부터. 유진아.
네, 첫 번째 순서가 많이 긴장될 텐데 저희가 박수로 한번 응원해 볼까요?
그럼 여기서 들어줄게. 손잡고 화이팅.
Now, dear female, dear lady, do you think I sing well? My dream is to become an international singer, so I want to speak English better. Singing makes me feel as good as right in the sky. I'm a secret, don't tell anyone. My secret is there are many dreams. By letting up in the scientists, I dream to my dream will grow bigger and bigger. It can change. But there's one thing that isn't going to change. I want to be a happy person and I will change my dream.
발표 마치신 걸까요? 땡큐. 네, 끝나신 것 같은데요. 박수 한번 해주세요. 수고하셨어요. 긴장하셨을 텐데 수고하셨습니다. Okay, moving on. Contestant number 2, 윤재근 from 빛누리 Elementary School, first grader. The title is Naju's Famous Food.
참가자 2번 윤재근 빛누리초등학교 1학년, 제목은 나주's Famous Food입니다. 박수로 환영해 주세요.
윤재근 학생 혹시 안녕하세요 부탁드릴게요.
지금
준비되셨으면 시작해 주세요.
소리 들리나?
아니 한다. Hello everyone. Today I will tell you about Naju's famous food. Please listen carefully. First, Naju is famous for Naju pears. They are so sweet and fresh. Second, Najugumtang is famous too. It is hot beef soup with rice in it. Also, there are pink fish that we call hongo. It has stinky smell, but people like it. Thank you for listening to my presentation. I hope you enjoy it. Thank you.
Good job, okay? All right, moving on. Next is contestant number 3, 조승기 from 빛누리 Elementary School, first grader. The title is My Dream. 조승기 학생.
참가자 3번 조승기 빛누리초등학교 1학년, 제목은 My Dream입니다.
Hello, my name is Jo Seung-gi, and today I want to introduce my dream. I want to be a judge. When I was 7 years old, I went to a job museum and learned about many different jobs. But the best job is a judge. When I'm a judge, I will listen to my problem and have to think very hard. If a person was bad, then I will try to help them be a better person. Sometimes people do bad things, but they are not bad people. I want to teach people to do good things because that will make everybody happy. And everyone will remember the great Judge Jo Seung-gi. Thank you for listening to me.
반갑습니다. Good job. Moving on. Next is the contestant number 4, 최지호, from 빛누리 Elementary School, first grader. The title is Helping Others.
4번 최지호 빛누리 초등학교 1학년 제목은 Helping Others입니다.
네, 지호 학생 준비되셨으면 안녕하세요 한번 부탁드릴게요.
Hello. 안녕하세요.
네, 잘 들립니다. 준비되시면 시작해 주시기 바랍니다. You can start whenever.
Right now, the whole world is sick and tired because of coronavirus. Everyone can't do what they want and can't go where they want to go. Also, it's very sad and scary to see people get sick and die because of coronavirus. So I want to be a doctor who can help sick people in pain. I will study hard and become a good doctor who helps everyone live a happy and healthy life. Thank you.
Good job. 잘했습니다. Moving on. Contestant number 5, 윤서현 from 빛누리 Elementary School, first grader. The title is I Want to be a Jewelry Designer.
참가자 5번 윤서현 빛누리 초등학교 1학년 제목은 Jewelry Designer.
윤서현 학생 저희 인솔 해주시고요. 윤서현 학생 준비되셨으면 안녕하세요 부탁드릴게요. 윤서현 학생 오셨을까요? 빛누리 초등학교 1학년 윤서현 학생입니다. 오셨을까요? 네, 안녕하세요 부탁드릴게요. 서현 학생 말해주세요. 서현 학생. 네, 막 목소리 크게 해서 준비되셨을 때 시작하시면 됩니다. You can start whenever you're ready.
Hello, my name is Shayani, and I want to talk about my dream. When I was 7 years old, I ran the road and to beach a couple about a story beginner. And I fell in love with making story. My favorite gemstone is green. It's a different color, that is shiny, and looks wonderful in the sun. I would like to make a necklace, earrings, and rings for everyone. However, it is my dream to make the most beautiful work for my family because I learned that I will work hard to make my dream come true. And one day I will make that something beautiful that I made. Thank you for listening to me.
All right, we're done with the first graders. Moving on to the second graders. Contestant number 6, 강문성 from Sanpo Elementary School, second grader. The title is Sound of Music. 강문성 학생입니다.
첫 번째 참가자 강문성 천포초등학교 2학년 제목은 Sound of Music입니다. 저희가 음소거 해제 요청을 드리면 수락하고 안녕하세요라고 크게 말해주시면 저희가 잘 들리는지 확인하고 시작하겠습니다.
안녕하세요.
네, 좋습니다.
준비되시면 시작하시면 됩니다. You can start whenever you're ready.
I always feel happy when I play the piano. I think the piano is an awesome instrument because every note sounds beautiful. So I want to be a pianist when I grow up. I will be very happy if I can go to music university with the piano. I want to become a pianist who gives people happiness and beauty play the piano at the concert hall. To make my dream come true, I will practice hard from now on. Thank you.
All right, good job. Moving on, contestant number 7. We've been told that contestant 7 would not attend today, so we'll number 8. Contestant number 8, Kim Joo-ha from Pinuri Elementary School, second grader. The title is My Admired Person is Woo Kwang-soon.
네, 다음은 참가자 8번입니다. 김주하 학생, 빛누리 초등학교 2학년. 제목은 My Admired Person is 유관순입니다.
아까 시작하기 전에 제 이름을 잘못 불렀습니다. 강주하. 강주하 학생 안 오시고 김주하 학생. 네.
네.
김주하 학생 맞습니다.
7번 강주하 학생이 불참하시고 8번 김주하 네, 빛누리 초등학교 2학년입니다.
So number unattended today, number 8. 자, 김주하 학생 준비되셨으면 안녕하세요로 한번 확인해 주세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 잘 들립니다.
You can start whenever you're ready.
Hello, nice to meet you. My topic is the most admired person in my life. The most admired person is Yu Kwan-soon because she was so great. First of all, she was very brave. Although she was a young girl, she shouted for Korean national independence from Japan on March 1st, 1919. As a result, she was imprisoned in southern place and tried in court. But she didn't lose courage and she was not afraid of life. Not only that, she had a strong mental power. Although she died in peace, her spirit will be remembered for a long time. In the future, I want to grow into a great person like Yu Kwan-soon. Thank you for listening to my presentation.
Alright, moving on. Contestant number 9, Kim Ji-da from Luwangnam Elementary School, second grader. The title is My Dream.
네, 다음은 참가자 9번 김지당 학생, 노원 드림입니다.
안녕하세요.
네, 잘 들립니다.
지금 하울링이라는 게 생기거든요.
네, 소리가 울리는데 다시 한번 말씀해 주시겠어요?
Hello.
혹시 집에 계신 분들이 줌을 하나 말고 그런 기계를 하나, 노트북 하나 한 대 말고 휴대폰으로도 뭐 부모님이 보고 계시거나 하면 다 꺼주셔야 됩니다. 한 기계만 켜놓으셔야 됩니다. 이런 두 기계가 너무 가까워 같이 들리다 보면 하울링이 생기거든요. 다시 한 번만.
그러면 이따가 다시
Hello.
네,
네,
하울링.
지금 잘 들립니다.
네, you can start whenever you're ready.
Hello, my name is Ji-dang Kim. I'm a second grader in Luwangnam Elementary School. I want to talk about my dreams. I want to be a creator in the future. I decided to be a creator after I watched the movie Night at the Museum. I like talking and teaching, so I tell my friends how to play board games when they visit my home. When I see art and galleries and museums, I feel very excited. So I toys and books and my art crafts on the shelves in my house. So I display my home decorations to my friends and relatives and they visit my home. My friend Young-seok wants to be a scientist, so I let him display his inventions and also explain about them. So I'll try to be a good relationship. Until then, to be a trader, I'm planning to learn about history and arts and be good at English. Thank you.
All right, moving on. The contestant number 10, 김태린 from 빛누리 Elementary School second graders. The title is Letters to Me in 10 Years.
네, 다음은 참가자 10번 김채린 학생 빛누리 초등학교 2학년 제목은 Letters to Me in 10 Years입니다.
준비되셨으면 안녕하세요 한번 해보고 음량 시작하겠습니다. 김채린 학생.
안녕하세요.
네, 준비되시면 시작하시면 됩니다. I can start whenever you're ready.
Hi, Terry. I am so surprised. Then you're 19 years old. You become a wonderful lady than I expected. I thought you would become a famous pianist because I run the piano hall since I was young, and it was interesting. Do you remember I cried at the piano academy on the first day, but the teacher comforted me that everyone would feel difficult at first, so I was able to take courage again. I was very touched when I finished the first song. My dream is to travel around the world and play the piano in front of many people. I also want to play on the street for people who can buy tickets because they don't have enough money. I want to give everyone a chance to listen to beautiful music. I am so happy to meet 90-year-old me today. Thank you.
Moving on to contestant number 11, Kim Ha-yeon from 빛누리 Elementary School second grader. Title is A Conservation Scientist for Nature.
다음은 참가자 11번 김하연 빛누리 초등학교 2학년 제목은 A Conservation Scientist for Naju입니다.
하연 학생, 안녕하세요. 부탁드릴게요.
안녕하세요.
하연 학생 조금 크게 말해서 시작할게요. Whenever you're ready.
Hello, I want to tell you one of my future dreams. I want to be a conservation scientist. Have you ever heard of conservation scientist? You don't know? Then I will explain about a conservation scientist. I learned about it through the experience program at the National Museum. They are like doctors with free cultural access. When something historical is discovered, conservation scientists observe and treat them. Just as we get medical treatment in hospitals, cultural access go through microscopes, X-ray, and CT scan. And then they hit the damaged area and return it to its original shape. It is amazing that the broken cultural access will be restored, isn't it? I think that is necessary for Najib, the seed of history. Thank you for listening to me.
Moving on. Contestant number 12, Park So-young from 빛누리 Elementary School second grader. The title is Kelly, Fly in the Sky.
다음은 참가자 12번 박서영 빛누리 초등학교 2학년 제목은 Kelly Fly in the Sky입니다.
네, 안녕하세요.
Hello everyone. It is a pleasure to see everyone. Today I will talk to you about my dream. Someday I want to be an airplane pilot and travel around the world. The main reason why I want to become a pilot is so that I can experience the food and culture of various countries. I have already read books about to make my dream come true. I've been doing my best to learn English as well as discover the history and culture of many beautiful countries. I will achieve my dream of becoming an airplane pilot one day, and I hope you can too. Thank you for listening to my presentation.
All right, moving on. Contestant number 13, Min-Hu from Hanarim Elementary School second graders. The title is A Dream Challenger.
다음은 참가자 13번 백민후 하나름 초등학교 2학년 제목은 A Dream Challenger입니다.
민호 학생 준비되셨으면 안녕하세요부터 하고 확인하고 시작할게요. 안녕하세요.
힘차게 해봐. 허리 펴고.
안녕하세요.
네, 잘 들립니다.
네, 목소리 좀 시작해볼게요. Whenever you're ready.
I want to be a Hapkido master. It is because my Hapkido teacher looks very cool when he kicks. Also, he teaches me martial art. It is hard, but I feel very strong to be able to protect myself and others who are in danger. So, I will practice Hapkido every day to become a Hapkido master and a teacher who can teach children like me to protect themselves in the future. Thank you.
Moving on, contestant number 14, Woo Yunjae, student from Pikaram Elementary School, second grader. The title is The Person Whom I Respect the Most.
네, 다음은 참가자 14번 소윤재, 빛가람 초등학교 2학년. 제목은 The Person Whom I Respect the Most입니다.
안녕하세요.
Okay, 잘 들립니다. 준비되시면 you can start whenever you're ready. 시작하십시다.
I'm here to share the person whom I respect the most. The person I respect the most is my mom. She is so pretty and can do anything. She takes care of the house for my family. The house chores are hard to do, but she always does her best. She also has a job, so she has a busy schedule, but she teaches me math, Korean, and other subjects. Thanks to her, I can read and write Korean well, and I am good at math. I am very proud of my mom. The best part about my mom is that she is very understanding. If I am struggling with something, she waits for me patiently. If anything upsets me, she gives me comfort. She gives me the courage to move on. I respect my mom who raised me with love. I also want to be like my mom and try my best in everything and be understanding of other people. I love mom. Thank you for listening.
Moving on, contestant number 15, 신연주, student from Community Elementary School, second grader. The title is 나주, I Love You.
다음은 참가자 15번 신연주 학생, 금누리 초등학교 2학년. 제목은 나주 I Love You입니다.
연주 학생,
안녕하세요.
네, 잘 들립니다.
준비되시면 시작하시면 됩니다.
Hello everyone, I am Justin from Vinri Elementary School. Now let me tell you some reasons why I love Naju so much. First, my family and I can eat fresh Naju pears here. I really love eating Naju pear because it is so sweet, juicy and crunchy. Second, Naju is the wonderful historical city in South Korea. I really love learning Korean history, so I am happy to visit the historic places, such as Naju Usang, the ancient towns, and the Naju National Museum. Lastly, Naju is the lucky city to me because I always find a full lake clover when I go to 빛가람 Lake Park with my family. Now let's go out and enjoy our city, Naju. Thank you for listening to my speech.
넘어가겠습니다. Contestant number 16, 조윤재 씨랑 Community Elementary School, second grader. The title is My Dream.
앉아서요.
16번째 참가자 조윤재, 빛누리 초등학교 2학년. 제목은 My Dream입니다.
안녕하세요.
네, 준비되시면 시작하시면 됩니다.
Hello, I am Antides. My dream to become a car designer. I always love cars, but what I really like about them is thinking about how they work and the cool designs that are coming out all the time. At home, I love to use my Legos and imagination to design cars that can do almost anything. Some of my car designs can fly, and others have propellers that let my cars move in the water. In the future, the cars that I design will be able to soar in the air, swim over water, and race among the stars. Also, I want to design a car that let people have fun when they're on the road. A car that can understand everything you say, play games with you, and even help you when homework will be lots of fun to have. One day, I hope to see a car that comes from my imagination, just like the cars I make at home. Thank you for listening to my dream.
Good job. Moving on, contestant number 17, Rui student from Community Elementary School, third grader. We're now moving on to third graders. Third grade, the title is My Dream, Love for Animals.
지금부터 초등학교 3학년입니다. 17번째 참가자 공로이 인누리 초등학교 3학년 제목은 My Dream, Love for Animal입니다.
안녕하세요.
네, 잘 들립니다. 준비되시면 시작해주세요.
I love animals because they're cute and amazing, but also because they're important to the environment and the food chain. But people haven't always treated animals properly. There are so many animals around the world suffering from being used for food, fashion, medicine, entertainment, and as exotic pets. Just because animals can't talk doesn't mean they don't have feelings. For example, elephants moan whenever they encounter any elephant's bones, which means elephants experience deep emotions and have some understanding of death. Every animal deserves to have a good life. So, I want to be an animal activist when I grow up. I will educate people about animal rights so the animals can receive better care. In addition, I will also build animal shelters to provide safe homes for animals and campaign to protect endangered animals. I will make beautiful earth where all animals can live happily. Thank you.
All right, good job. We're moving on to contestant number 18, Kim Do-ah student from Elementary School, third grade also. The title is My Dream.
네, 다음은 18번째 참가자 김도아 빛가람 초등학교 3학년 제목은 My Dream입니다.
Hello.
클라스
네.
한번 안녕하세요 한번 부탁드릴게요.
안녕하세요.
네, 목소리 크게 해서 준비되시면 시작하시면 됩니다.
Hello everyone. I'm 10 years old. Happy to be here. I will talk about my future dream. I love it, but will do my best. I love art. It is my favorite subject. I go to the art museum in July and maintain this fun. I feel happy when I do art. I'm going to be a wonderful artist one day. Thank you for have a nice day. Goodbye. Thank you.
Okay, good job. 잘했습니다. 넘어가겠습니다. Contestant number 19, Kim Roo-yi from 빛가람동 Elementary School, third grader also. The title is A Letter to Me in 10 Years.
다음은 19번째 참가자 김로이 빛가람 초등학교 3학년 제목은 A Letter to Me in 10 Years입니다.
조이 학생, 안녕하세요. 한번 해볼게요.
안녕하세요.
네, 잘 들립니다. 준비되시면 시작하시면 됩니다.
네. Hi, I am you 10 years ago. I am sure you're 20 years old. Are you a soldier or a university student? I am wondering what my major is. I have lots of questions about you. I mean, me, anyway. I think your major is dental clinic because I want to make my mom and dad's teeth good and others good too. And are you wondering about me? I hope you are. I am third grader in elementary school, and I am interested in building Legos, so I brought Lego in Minecraft series on this Children's Day. These days, my favorite time is playing with my friends. Sometimes I forget my piano class, then my mom gets angry, but I'm not scared of her because I know that she loves me the most. So I hope my mom and dad will be happy and healthy, and I'll be a good person. Please break a leg in your life, because then I could live well. Thank you.
Good job. Moving on to contestant number 20, Kim Seo-jin from 빛가람동 Elementary School, so third grader. The title is My Dream.
다음은 20번째 참가자 김서진, 빛가람초등학교 3학년, 제목은 My Dream입니다.
안녕하세요.
네, 안녕하세요. 잘 들리면 소진학생 목소리 크게 해서 시작해볼게요. Whenever you're ready.
Okay, I'll start. My dream. My dream is to be a jet engineer. Why I want to be a jet engineer? First, being a jet engineer is a cool job that can be in demand in Korea. There aren't many countries in the world that can make jet engines. I want to help the Korean economy by making the first jet engine in Korea. Second, if I make jet engine, I can make our country more stronger. Third, I want to use the jet engine that I made so that Korean people can travel to many countries easily and quickly. I can be a jet engineer by reading many books and studying hard. Thank you.
Good job. Moving on to contestant number 21, Kim Ye-chi, student from Laon Elementary School, so third grader. The title is also My Dream. My Dream.
네, 21번째 참가자
안녕하세요.
김예지, 라온초등학교 3학년, 제목은 My Dream입니다.
안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 이렇게 목소리 크게 해서 시작해 볼게요. Whenever you're ready.
Hello, today I'm going to talk about my dream. Have you ever thought about making clothing for someone? I had so much fun when I made dolls' clothing from my smaller closet. Also, turning the old clothing into the new one made me rewarding. Since then, I have dreamed of being a fashion designer who cares for the environment. If I become a fashion designer in the future, I'll make beautiful clothing for everyone, and I'll make them in a way that saves the earth. This is a secret, but actually I have lots of dreams. So even this dream can be changed. Thank you.
All right, good job. Moving on to contestant number 22, Kim Yoon-hyun, student from Inuri Elementary School, also third grader. The title is Landmark in Naju.
다음은 22번째 참가자 김윤현, 인누리 초등학교 3학년, 제목은 Landmark in 나주입니다. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 잘 들립니다.
준비되면 시작해주세요.
Hello, I moved from Gyeonggi-do to Naju when I was 5 years old. At first, Naju was an unfamiliar place. But now, I think Naju is better than any other cities. From now on, I will introduce some wonderful places I found while living in Naju. I want many people to enjoy my favorite places together. The first place is Meme Mountain Observatory at Bikaram Lake Park. The view is absolutely gorgeous up there. The second place is Hansuje. When spring comes, beautiful cherry blossoms bloom around Hansuje. Besides these places, Naju is full of attractive places with their own characteristics and good food. Thank you.
All right, moving on to contestant number 23, Kim Yulbin student from Community Elementary School, third grader. The title is My Dream.
다음은 23번째 참가자 김율빈 금누리 초등학교 3학년 제목은 My Dream입니다.
율빈 학생.
네.
네, 안녕하세요. 볼게요.
안녕하세요.
네, 안녕하세요. 율빈 학생 준비되면 이렇게 큰 목소리로 한번 시작하시면 됩니다. Whenever you're ready.
Good day to you all. It is a great pleasure to be here today. I'm going to tell you about my dream. So far, I've had many dreams. I wanted to be a prosecutor who investigates criminals. I also wanted to be a ballerina who dances beautifully. And now I have another dream. I have found a job that I'm interested in. I like the Korean drama called Hospital Playlist, which is a show about doctors. Yes, it is a doctor. I want to save people's lives. It seems so to be a doctor when I saw the drama. Then I felt that God was giving me a new dream. On the news, I saw the children in Ukraine who were injured or lost an attack. Then inspired me to take action so that I can take care of the sick and injured people like the Ukrainian children. Since that dream come true, I study hard so that this dream in my small hope can come true. I hope I can make the world a better place. Thank you for listening.
Moving on to contestant number 24, 나소은 student from Community Elementary School, also third grader. The title is Naju Like a Gift Box.
다음은 24번째 참가자 나소은 빛누리 초등학교 3학년 제목은 나주 Like a Gift Box입니다. 나소은 학생 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 잘 들립니다.
네, 목소리 크게 해서 우리 시작해 볼게요. 준비되셨으면.
So, what comes to your mind when you think of Naju? Pears, Kepco, the Yeongsan River. There are so many different things, right? First, Naju is a relaxing place with a lot of nature views. Lake Park allows you to relax and take care of your health with your family. It is a perfect place. Second, Naju is a living piece of history. I want to meet the Mahan people if I had a time machine. So I want to study the history of Mahan and talk about Naju to my friends from all over the world. Lastly, Naju is the city where we always look to the future. What kind of city will it be when I turn 20? I hope all citizens will work together to make Naju a better place to live. Thank you for
네, 잘하셨습니다. 저희 기술적인 문제가 조금 있어서 한 30초 정도, 1분 정도만 이따 가겠습니다. We're having some technical difficulties here, so please give us a minute to solve the issue. Okay, thanks for waiting. Moving on to contestant number 25, 박랑주 student from Community Elementary School, third grader. The title is Letter to Myself in 10 Years.
네, 다음은 25번째 참가자 박랑주 빛누리 초등학교 3학년 제목은 Letter to Myself in 10 Years입니다. 박랑주 학생 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
목소리 크게 해서 준비되면 시작하면 좋겠습니다. Whenever you're ready.
Dear Langju, I am writing this to check how things have changed in your life within 10 years. How have you been? Are you okay, listen? If you are, I am sure you are a tall and gorgeous looking girl with a warm heart so all of your personal view. Home, you have a boyfriend who is handsome, of course, and love you the most. Although you're not reading this letter with your boyfriend, are you? I wonder how my 20-year-old baby brother grew up and how I could wish in my adult life. I bet you will do the very best in everything, and you deserve all the good in the world. I love you very much, no matter what. I hope you enjoyed listening to me talking about my letter. Thank you.
Good job. Moving on to contestant number 26, 박민아 student from Pinuri Elementary School with their graders. The title is My Dream.
다음은 26번째 참가자 박민아, 민누리 초등학교 3학년, 제목은 My Dream입니다.
안녕하세요.
네, 민아, 네, 목소리 크게 해서 준비되시면 시작하시면 됩니다. Whenever you're ready.
To be a doctor when I grow up because it is a job that makes me happy when I see patients recovering gradually. That is why I want to be a person who treats sick people. I think treating sick people is a beautiful and happy job. I will make my dream come true and I will be such a beautiful and happy person. It would be a little difficult to treat a patient without receiving any money. Still, I want to give many people many opportunities to recover their health only with the money needed for the hospital to run. But for especially poor people, I want to give them medical care for free. To become a doctor, I should study about our body. I will keep this in my mind and try to study her so I will be a good doctor. Future for my dream. Thank you.
Job. Moving on to contestant number 27, 백민하 student. 백민하 student from Hamarim Elementary School, third grader. The title is Happy Doctor. 민하 학생. 백민하 학생.
안녕하세요.
네, 민하 학생 목소리 크게 해서 되시면 시작해 볼게요. Whenever you're ready.
My father's hand is a healing hand. My father rubs my tummy when I have a tummy ache. Then, magically, I don't feel sick anymore, and I feel better. So, I want to be a doctor with warm hands and a heart. My father knew to be a nurse at a hospital. So, when he told me about the hospital, I thought helping sick people was an awesome job. I think the doctor who makes sick people healthy is very nice and cool. So I will study how to become a doctor with warm hands and a warm heart, just like my father. Thank you.
Job. Moving on to contestant number 28, Ancherin student from Pinuri Elementary School, third grader. The title is My Dream YouTuber.
다음은 28번째 참가자 안채린, 민누리 초등학교 3학년, 제목은 My Dream 유튜버입니다. 안채린 학생, 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 좋습니다. 준비되시면 시작하시면 됩니다.
Hello everyone, my name is Charin Ann. I lived in India for last 6 years. I was just 3 years old when I arrived in India. My parents let me enter the early school. However, I had to play alone because I couldn't speak English at all. I had to learn how to speak in English. At that time, YouTube became a good English teacher. It doesn't take long for me to speak English. I also have lots of India friends now. I live something good and talk my own story with people. I will also share funny videos. I think being YouTuber is so nice. Please come to my channel when I open my own. Also, don't forget that I need your subscribe and like. Thank you.
Okay, good job. Moving on to contestant number 29, Yang Isu student from 빛가람동 Elementary School, the third grader. The title is My Most Memorable Moment.
다음은 29번째 참가자 양이수 빛가람초등학교 3학년 제목은 My Most Memorable Moment입니다. 양이수 학생 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 양이수 학생.
Hi everyone, my name is Sue. I'm going to talk about my most memorable moment. I have so many memorable moments. Today, I want to talk about the day I went to the amusement park for Children's Day. It was a sunny day in spring. I was so excited. I rode on many rides like roller coaster and small biking. I really wanted to get on the big biking, but only tall children could ride it. Some couldn't. I was so sad. We had many snacks there. I like cotton candies, corn dogs, and guabagi. I really had a good time there. I hope I can ride the big biking next time. Thank you for listening.
Now moving on to contestant number 30. Yi-in, student from Hananan Elementary School, third grader. The title is I Love Coffee.
다음은 30번째 참가자 이아인 하나는 초등학교 3학년 제목은 I Love Coffee입니다.
네, 아인 학생 들리시나요? 안녕하세요.
네.
네, 아인 학생 목소리 크게 해서 준비되시면 시작하시면 됩니다. Whenever you're ready.
I love coffee. Do you guys often drink coffee? Since I'm still a kid, I can drink a lot of coffee. But my dream is to be a barista. It's because they look really cool when they make coffee. Also, I would be very happy when people say, wow, this coffee tastes good after drinking my coffee. To become a good barista, I think it's important to have passion and attention for coffee. So I will try my best to make tasty coffee. I will become the best barista by studying how the coffee is produced, how different types coffee is, smells and tastes, and what dessert go with coffee. Thank you.
Moving on, contestant number 31, Yi-in, student from Pinuri Elementary School, third grader. The title is I Will Become a Great Pastry Chef.
다음은 31번째 참가자 이예은 빛누리 초등학교 3학년 제목은 I'll Become a Great Pastry Chef입니다. 이예은 학생 안녕하세요.
예은 학생,
예은 학생
예은 학생 오셨나요? 이예은 학생 31번입니다. 빈누리. 네, 말해주세요.
순서 읽으시고 반응.
네, 지금 이예은 학생은 저희가 지금 접속이 안 되거나 저희가 찾지를 못해서 넘어가겠습니다. 이예은 학생은 자동적으로 맨 마지막으로 다시 배치가 됩니다. 학년은 맨 마지막으로 배치가 되고 36번 최용호 학생까지 다 끝난 후에 다시 이예은 학생을 불렀을 때 반응이 없고 연결이 안 된다면 자동 탈락 처리가 됩니다. So contestant number 31, 이예은 is I think she's unattended right now, so we'll move her queue to the very back of the third graders, and then we'll try to reconnect with her after number 36. And if she doesn't respond, we'll just consider her as unattended. So 넘어가겠습니다. Contestant number 32, 이준우 from Nuri Elementary School, third graders. The title is My Lovely City.
만들지 마, 너.
네, 다음은 32번째 참가자 이준우, 빛누리 초등학교 3학년, 제목은 My Lovely City 나주입니다. 이준우 학생 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 준비되시면 목소리 크게 해서 시작해 주시면 됩니다.
어제 금방 하죠.
이준우 학생.
Country road, take me home to the place I belong. Youngstown River, mountain mama, take me home. Country road. It was a beautiful song, right? I tried to put Youngstown River in the lyrics. When I ride my bicycle along the Youngstown River, I think I'm the happiest person in the world. What makes me happy is my city, Naju. So, let me tell you 3 things I like about Naju. Firstly, I love the Youngstown River because I have beautiful memories of riding with my dad and the scenery is wonderful. Secondly, you said that cherry blossoms have fallen. Don't worry, beautiful pear flowers are waiting for you. You can feel like you are on a cloud when you see them blooming. Thirdly, there is 빛가람 Lake Park in our neighborhood. I love the fountain show with music and I enjoy walking. I'm not the only one at the park with a huge smile. In conclusion, I love my city and I enjoy walking. Thank you. 잠깐만, 음소 없고. 음소.
네, 다 하시면 음소거 부탁드릴게요. Moving on. Contestant number 33, 이하은 student from Nuri, also third graders. The title is I Will Become a Great Cartoonist.
다음은 33번째 참가자 이하은, 빛누리 초등학교 3학년, 제목은 I will become a great cartoonist입니다. 이하은 안녕하세요.
네, 하울링이 생기는 이유는 또 설명드릴게요. 접속한 기기가 한 대 이상인 경우, 뭐, 한 학생 컴퓨터나 휴대폰을 하고 있는데, 가족 중에 다른 분이 또 이렇게 다른 기기로 접속이 해있을 경우 하울링이 생깁니다. 그래서 발표하는 기기 하나 빼고는 다 나가주셔야 됩니다. 다 꺼주시기 바랍니다. 33번 하은 학생 한 번만 더 해볼게요. 하은 학생.
안녕하세요.
네, 하나 이제 하울링 없어졌습니다. 보호자분들 화면 밖으로 나가주시고 하은 학생 준비가 되시면 시작하시면 됩니다. 학생.
Hi everyone, my name is 이하은. Do you like comic books? I love comic books so much. I read them whenever I have some free time. And I like drawing a cartoon too. Last time, I even made a comic book myself. I hope to become a famous cartoonist in the future, not just locally but globally. Towards my dream, I have been reading various comic books from many countries, and one day I travel abroad to experience different cultures and understand their thinking. I hope my effort will bear fruit. I will do my best to make my dream come true. Wish me luck. Thank you.
Good job. job. We'll move on to contestant number 34, 조민서 student from Laon Elementary School, third graders. The title is My Dream Teacher.
다음은 34번째 참가자 조민서, 라온초등학교 3학년, 제목은 My Dream Teacher입니다.
이거 풀었어?
조민서 학생 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 안녕하세요. 옆에 우리 다른 발표자가 아닌 다른 친구는 잠시 화면 밖으로 나가주시고 발표 준비가 되셨으면 큰 목소리로 민서 학생 시작하시면 됩니다.
My dream teacher. My dream is to be a teacher because I like to teach my friends. And all of my teachers are so good and nice. To be a good teacher, I'm studying Korean, English, and math. I will teach my students well. I will sing a song for my students. I will play games with my students. I will be a very nice and pretty teacher. Thank you.
Moving on to contestant number 35, 최예주 student from Laon Elementary School, so third graders. The title is Introduction of 빛가람동.
다음 35번째 참가자 최예주, 라온초등학교 3학년, 제목은 Introduction of 빛가람동입니다. 최예주 학생 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 잘 들립니다.
이렇게 준비되시면 시작하시면 됩니다. Whenever you're ready.
Hello, today I would like to introduce Naju. Naju is a great place to live because it is not too busy like some cities and it is in the countryside. But there's still plenty to do. However, when I think of Naju, there's one place is better than the rest. The Lake Park. The Lake Park is the heart and the soul of Naju. Almost anytime during the day, you can find people riding their bikes, sitting down for a picnic, walking with their family, or just plain relaxing. It's such a wonderful place to be that I always look forward to all the events that are held during the year. First, every weekend is a special event because I can always find my friend or someone to play with. This is great because I love meeting new people. Second, every once in a while there is a music festival and we can see some famous band playing their music. Third, every night there's a fountain show that light up the rainbow. I love listening to sound of the music while watching the water shoot across the sky. If you have a chance to try to get out the best thing Naju had to offer, the Lake Park. Thank you.
Okay, moving on. Contestant number 36, 최연우 student from 한아름 third graders. The title is My Friend Piano. 연우 학생.
네, 다음 36번째 참가자 최연우, 한아름 초등학교 3학년, 제목은 My Friend Piano입니다.
네, 연우 학생.
안녕하세요.
네, 연우 학생. 목소리,
안녕하세요.
네, 목소리 크게 해서 준비되시면 시작하시면 됩니다.
That day was a very touching day for me. It was last winter. I went into my favorite grand piano room and laid down on the piano. Then I started to talk to the piano just in case. I talked about what I had in mind. Then my stress disappeared and I felt like the piano was comforting me. It was as if the piano was telling me, everything is going to be okay. You're doing great. I was surprised, so I looked up, but there was nobody around me. It was just me and the piano. I was very glad to have the piano as my friend that day. Thank you.
Good job. Now we'll try to reconnect with contestant number 31 who missed his or her cue. 31번 참가자가 아까 연결이 잘 안 됐었는데요. 다시 한번 연결을 해보겠습니다. contestant number 31 이예은 from 빅누리 Elementary School third graders. The title is I will become a great pastry chef.
안녕하세요. 네.
예은 학생,
아니요, 손 들어. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
예은 학생 아까 했지 않나요?
아니, 같은 집에 하은이하고 같이 있어가지고 하은이 한 다음에 예은이 하거든요.
같은 문장이요? 네, 알겠습니다. 지금 발표하실 분 31번 이예은 학생이 맞으시죠?
예, 맞아요.
Okay. So since contestant number 31 and 33 are sharing the same place, the background is please don't be confused at the same background. So that the first student who went was 33, 이하은, contestant number 33. The student who will speak right now is contestant number 31, 이예은 학생입니다. 배경이 같아서 헷갈리실 수 있는데 아까 처음 발표한 학생은 이하은 33번 학생이고 지금 발표를 할 친구는 이예은 학생입니다. So contestant number 31, 이예은 student will speak. 네. 준비되시면 해주시면 됩니다.
Hello everyone, my name is Ian. Today I will tell you about my dream. My dream is to become a pastry chef. I like cookie very much, especially chocolate cookie. So sometimes I wish I could live on cookie oven instead of rice. It makes me happy when I imagine people are eating my cookies deliciously. I will go to France someday because they are famous for making good cookies. I want to study there and become a great pastry chef. I will do my best to make my dream come true. Wish me luck. Thank you.
자, 이제 이렇게 해서 1학년부터 3학년까지 표준 저학년부가 끝이 났습니다. 지금 네, 끝이 났습니다. 한 5분 정도의 쉬는 시간을 가질 예정인데요. 1학년부터 3학년 학생들 발표 끝났다고 해서 나가시면 안 됩니다. 지금은 공식적인 쉬는 시간이기 때문에 화면도 끄시면 안 됩니다. 몸만 화장실을 갔다가 물 한 잔 마시고 1학년부터 3학년까지, 4학년부터 6학년까지 모든 초등부 학생들이 다시 들어오셔야 됩니다. 지금 10시, 네, 10시 2분이니까 10시 10분부터 8분간 쉬고 다시 시작하겠습니다. 모든 1학년부터 3학년 여러분 수고하셨습니다. 10시 10분까지 모두 착석 바랍니다. 10시 10분입니다. 수고하셨습니다.
고생했습니다.
오케이, 10시 10분입니다. 여러분들 착석 부탁드립니다. 저희 갤러리로 좀 보여주세요. 착석 부탁드립니다. 카메라 더 켜시고 착석 부탁드립니다. 그리고 한 공간에서 2명의 형제나 자매나 남매가 하는 경우에는 대기 시에는 2명 다 화면에 들어와 있어야 합니다. 네, 친구들 앉아주세요. 김서진 학생, 김강유 학생 들어오시기 바랍니다. 김서연 학생, 빛가람동 3학년 학생도 켜주세요. 카메라 켜주시기 바랍니다. 자, 그리고 시작하기 전에 말씀드릴 게 있는데 4학년, 초등학교 5학년부터 4학년부터 6학년은 1학년, 3학년보다 2배가 많습니다. 60명, 거의 70명 가량이 이렇게 있는데 그래도 우리 4, 5, 6학년 언니, 오빠들, 형, 누나들이 1학년, 3학년 친구들 발표할 때 기다려줬듯이 1학년에서 3학년 친구들도 우리 초등학교 9학년, 4학년부터 6학년 형, 오빠, 뭐 이제 누나, 언니들을 잘 기다려주셨으면 좋겠습니다. 여러분 앉아있기 힘든 거 압니다. 하지만 끝날 때까지 조금은 잘 앉아 계시고 참관하고 그리고 혹시 중간에 화장실 가야 되거나 너무 힘들다 하면 카메라 끄고 다녀오셔도 괜찮습니다. 자, 이제 여러분 준비되셨으면 동그라미 한번 해주십시오. 초등학교 9학년 친구들 준비되셨죠? 준비되셨죠? You guys all ready, right? Okay. Now we'll begin 초등 9학년부, so 4th graders to 6th graders. 자, 안 오신 분들은 백미나, 백민우, 김강유, 박서연 친구 다 카메라 켜주세요. 네. 네. 시작하겠습니다. Now we'll begin with the first contestant of the 4th graders. Contestant number 1, 오지우, student from 빈누리 Elementary School 4th graders. The title is My Dream.
참가자 1번 고지우 빈누리 초등학교 4학년 제목은 My Dream입니다. 고지우 학생 안녕하세요.
고지우 학생 오셨나요? 네, 지우 학생 지금 목소리가 조금 작게 들리거든요. 목소리 크게 해서 발표 시작해 주시면 되겠습니다. So whenever you're ready.
Hello, today's topic is about my dream. I wanna be a pianist when I grow up. I've attended a piano school since I was in 2nd grade and participated in a piano contest last year as well because it was not easy for me to perform in front of many people besides my shy personality. I was very nervous and worried before the contest, but it was actually a great feeling to see the audience paying attention to me in the stage, and I had more and more confidence in my performance. After the experience, the practice became more enjoyable, and I found myself playing piano at school and home with such an enthusiasm. Though I never showed practicing, it was so much fun when I had started the piano school. And I am very thankful to my parents for supporting me. I know I had to put a lot more effort and practice to develop the skills and techniques to achieve my dream. And it is my dream to become a world-class pianist and perform my own solo concert one day. I am putting my best to make it come true. Thank you.
Moving on to contestant number 2, Kim Soo-min, student from Laon Elementary School 4th graders. The title is In 10 Years I Can See Myself.
참가자 2번 김수민 라온초등학교 4학년 제목은 In 10 Years I Can See Myself. 김수민 학생 안녕하세요.
네, 수민 학생 목소리 크게 해서 시작하시면 됩니다.
Wow, I can believe I'm 21 years old already. It's like watching a movie called Back to the Future. I'm here, university student, and that you're preparing to transfer to Harvard University. Wow, that's cool. So I studied English really hard when I was young. I want to praise you about that. That rules have really helped a lot. By the way, a lot of things changes as I grew up. I'm not scared of dogs anymore. I'm good at cooking and I make interesting books. It's already been more than 10 years since I became a travel writer. My major work is math scientist, but I'm scared of something even when I'm on dirt. You know, I'm a coward. I have experimental research, but I'm so scared of exploding experiments. Boom! Everyone lie down. Oh, it's not. But now, because I have nice goggles, I can withstand the explosion. Guess who gave me these goggles? Yes, my boyfriend. It was really nice to meet you, and I will cheer for you to achieve my goal. Thank you, everyone.
Wow. Now moving on to contestant number 3, Kim Ah-jin, student from Hanarim Elementary School for Girls. The title is Dear Me.
네, 참가자 3번 김아진, 한아름 초등학교 4학년, 제목은 Dear Me입니다. 마지막 때
네, 아진 학생 목소리 크게 해서 안녕하세요 한 번만 더 해볼게요.
안녕하세요.
네, 그 정도 두 번째 안녕하세요 한 목소리 정도로 해서 발표 시작하시면 되겠습니다. Whenever you're ready.
Hello to 21 years old me. Awesome. How are you? You are already an adult. Do I still like to draw and play the piano? Do I still talk to my current best friend? Am I doing well in university? Do I still fight a lot with my twin sister Erin? I have so many questions to ask. However, I'm doing well at school right now, but it's uncomfortable because I have to wear a mask. Is coronavirus still there in the world in 10 years? I hope coronavirus disappears in the future so I can safely travel with my family and go to a theme park with my friend. I like to draw right now, so I want to get a job related to art. Do I still like to draw in the future? I'm so curious. Lastly, I hope my mother, father, and twin sister are all doing well. I will be an adult in 10 years, and I hope I'm still happy like I'm right now. Also, I will try my best to live the life that I want from now and Ajin in the future. Stay healthy, and I will see you soon. From me 10 years ago. Thank you.
Moving on to contestant number 4, Kim Ah-hyun, Kim Ah-hyun, a student from Pinuri, 4th graders. The title is My Dreams.
4번 참가자 김은채, 김누리 초등학교 4학년, 김아는 김누리 초등학교 4학년, 제목은 My Dreams입니다.
4번 김아현 학생입니다.
죄송합니다.
시작해.
네, 아현 학생 안녕하세요 한번 해볼게요.
안녕하세요.
네, 아현 학생 목소리 크게 조금만 더 해서 안녕하세요 한번 더 해볼게요.
안녕하세요.
네, 방금 목소리로 크게 해서 발표 시작할게요. Whenever you're ready.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ahyun Kim. Today, would you like to tell you about my dream? I have a curious personality and I'm interested in a variety of jobs. Although my dream and hope still change, there are two jobs that I've been most interested in lately. The first job is teacher. I enjoy my school life with my friends. I think it becomes of my teacher's heart. Teachers dedicate their time and effort to make sure students are well educated and properly guided. Looking at them like this, I'm dreaming that I want to be a teacher. I especially want to be an elementary school teacher because I like children. The second job is party chef. When I eat sweet dessert, I feel happy. Through the dessert I made, I want to others feel the same happy feeling as me. That's why I became interested in the job of party chef. I can make variety of desserts, but I'm improving my skill by making cookies with my mom. My dream and hope are always changing, so I can really say at this moment, whatever my dream and hope, I do my best and try to make my dream come true. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Before we move on, 잠깐 다음 생각으로 넘어가기 전에 4학년부터 6학년은 2분 발표입니다. 그래서 1학년부터 3학년까지는 10초가 남았을 때 저희가 배를 늘렸는데 4학년부터 6학년까지는 1분 45초가 되어서 그러니까 15초가 남았을 때 배를 올려드리도록 하겠습니다. 여러분들 유념하셔서 진행하시기 바랍니다. 컨테스트 넘어가겠습니다. 컨테스트 넘버 5 김은채 빛누리 Elementary School 4th grader. The title is My Dream is to be a good teacher.
네, 김은채 학생 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
일단 목소리 한 번만 더 크게 해볼게요.
안녕하세요.
네, 목소리 크게 해서 준비되시면 시작하시면 됩니다. Whenever you're ready.
Lots of people have different dreams, but my dream is to be a teacher. Teacher is very important in the life of children. The role of the teacher is to guide and gently push students to be better people in the world. A good teacher can make a student love learning, but bad teacher can make a student stop running. Every teacher has a different style, but all teachers should try hard to help students. So I want to be a teacher because I think I can do a good job. I think I can do a good job because I will work hard on about the student and make everyone happy. First, I will work very hard to be good at my job. All students have questions, and I want to know the answer. Second, I have to know what the students like to do. I don't want to make students bored because I don't understand them. I want students to feel like I understand them. If a teacher doesn't understand the student will not listen to teacher, and then everyone is unhappy. Finally, every teacher is different, but all good teachers are a little bit the same. They all love the student. I will try to make all the students happy because I will work very hard and try to understand them. Thank you for listening to my dream.
Good job. Now moving on to contestant number 6. Kim Chia, student from Laon Elementary School 4th grader. The title is My Dream is to be a famous writer.
다음은 6번 참가자 김지아, 라온 초등학교 4학년. 제목은 is to be a writer입니다. 김지아 학생 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 소리 좋습니다. 지아 학생 준비되시면 발표하시면 됩니다. Whenever you're ready.
Hello, everyone. Have you read any of the Wimpy Cat or Harry Potter books? How about books in the story Treehouse series? All of these stories are written by famous authors. I love reading their books and trying to predict what will happen next.
I also love to take pieces to use in my own stories. Like them, I want to be a famous writer. I want to be a famous writer so people can enjoy what I've written. Being a writer would be a good job because I can write anywhere. All you need is a pen, notebook, and creative mind. I can talk to people living in different places than I do. I can learn how others live. Not only would this help me as a writer, I could travel anywhere I wanted and wouldn't have to start writing. It'd be the best job in the whole job. The Herb the series, big influence on me. The Herb the series told me about a magical world with goblins, monsters, and serpents. J.K. Rowling helped me think about things differently. I was always trying to figure out what would happen next. It was hard, but I still much to learn it. I want to be a writer just like her. I want to make children think, give them hope. Being a writer will let me use my creativity to do just that. I dream of Disney calling me and saying they're making a movie out of my books. My book will be a bestseller. People will think of me and I'll be never forgotten. I'm reading more and more and watching more and more movies to have more creativity and a stronger imagination. Please look forward to seeing my book in the best-selling shelf or on Amazon. Thank you.
Number 7, 4th grader, Na Ki-bom, student from Community Elementary School. The title is My Dream.
다음은 7번 참가자 나기범, 빛누리 초등학교 4학년, 제목은 My Dream입니다. 나기범 학생, 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
저한테 목소리 좀 더 크게 해서
네.
되겠습니다. Whenever you're ready.
Hello, today I wanted to talk about my dream. My dream is to become a doctor. When I was 7 years old, my dad went to a funeral, made me think about what death is. The thoughts of my grandparents dying because of age made me sad. And also people who stay at hospital bearing all the pain long time would be absolutely miserable. That is why I decided to become a doctor who can cure sick people. In order for me to become a doctor, I need to study a lot. But I'm only interested in language art and math. I'm not quite interested in any other subjects. However, in order to achieve my dream, I'll do my best on other subjects and step forward to offer my help to friends and call other adults or teachers to get them treatment. When I graduate high school, university, my first patient would be my parents, whom I love and respect the most. My parents are my first love, and by the time when I become a doctor, my parents would be aged and weakened. So if they have a sickness, I'll help them cure their disease and help them live long and happily with me. I'm going to be a doctor, make a heaven where sick people hope of getting cured. Thank you.
Before we move on, 넘어가기 전에 발표하시는 분들 최대한 카메라를 보고 해주시면 감사하겠습니다. So everyone, please just make sure to look at the camera, look into the camera, so we know that you guys are not, have been memorizing the scripts. 카메라를 보고 해주시기 바랍니다. 넘어가겠습니다. Contestant number 8, 나영진 student, 빛누리 Elementary School 4th graders. The title is My Dream to be a Jump Rope Teacher.
다음은 8번 참가자 나연진, 빛누리 초등학교 4학년, My Dream to be a Jump Rope Teacher입니다. 나연진 학생, 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 안녕하세요. 나연진 학생 목소리 크게 해서 한 번만 더 해볼게요. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 나연진 학생 목소리 크게 해서 발표 시작하시면 됩니다. Whenever you're ready.
Hello, today I am going to talk about my dream. Do you guys have a dream? And if you have, why do you want to be? My dream is jump rope teacher. There are 3 reasons why I want to be a jump rope teacher. First, jump rope is fun and interesting sport. When I jump rope with music, I can enjoy both music and jump rope. Also, I can match as a team with another jump rope team. That makes me more passionate and competitive. Second, I can beat a sense of accomplishment. I have to practice some hard jump rope movement. At first, it was hard to me, so I had to try again and again. Eventually, I could achieve my goal. I felt so happy. Third, jump rope is easy to run. Anybody who has jump rope can practice. Jump rope is easy to try and less harder than other sports. So I believe everyone can enjoy jump rope with me. For these 3 reasons, I want to be a jump rope teacher. I hope I can teach you guys jump rope someday. Thank you for listening to my speech.
Good job. Moving on to contestant number 9, 남궁시윤 student from 빛가람 Elementary School 4th graders. The title is My Happy Dream.
다음은 2번째 타자 남궁시윤, 빛가람초 4학년. 제목은 My Happy Dream입니다. 남궁시윤 학생 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
신 학생 조금 목소리 크게 해서 한 번 더 해볼게요.
네.
안녕하세요. 한 번 더 해주세요.
Hello, today I will talk about my dream. In the world, every city has its own distinctive style of architecture. Every time I see that beautiful architecture in a city, I want everyone in the world to live in these buildings and live happily with each other. To realize this dream, I have a dream of becoming an architect. After reading about Frank Lloyd Wright's architecture, I wanted to become a person who creates unique and beautiful buildings all over the world. I think it is a really amazing dream. To make this dream come true, I need to prepare in 3 ways. First, I will read as many architecture books as possible. I want to build buildings inspired by insects, natural fishes' shape. Then I will build buildings like Frank Lloyd Wright. Second, I want to travel to a lot of different cities. Through my stories, through my travel, I wish to see and experience famous places. Third, I will hard to study at foreign languages. To travel around the world. I want to communicate and discuss directly with foreign architects through foreign languages. After becoming a famous architect, I want to build houses for the needy. They will live happily with their family in their houses. Thank you for listening to my dreams. Thank you.
All right. Before we move on. Okay. Okay, we're moving on to contestant number 10. 자꾸 잠시만요. 저희 넘어가기 전에 자꾸 이제 줌 버튼에 뭐 그림판이나 이런 걸 눌러서 조금 방해가 돼 있기 때문에 최대한 줌 이렇게 딱 켜놓으셨으면은 뭐 탑 자판이나 뭐 이런 거 마우스로 뭘 클릭하거나 이렇게 하실 필요 없잖아요. 그렇죠? 음소거 해제하는 거 말고는. 그렇기 때문에 최대한 그런 환경을 건드리지 않으셨으면 좋겠습니다. 넘어가겠습니다. Moving on. Contestant number 10. 박건하 from 빛가람 Elementary School 4th graders. The title is Happy Day.
다음은 10번 참가자 박건하, 빛가람초 4학년. 제목은 Happy Day입니다. 박건하 학생 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 소리 좋습니다. 준비되셨으면 시작하시면 됩니다. Whenever you're ready.
Hi everyone, my name is Ryan. I am here to talk about my most memorable moments. Among them, my most memorable moment is when I traveled to Ando. I traveled there with my family and even my cousin too. We rented a villa which had a swimming pool.
We swam a lot and played with a swimming ring. When I was swimming, I swallowed a lot of water, but it was fun. After swimming, we had a barbecue outside the villa. When we were eating, we talked a lot. I've traveled many times. I had most of the time, but this trip very special for me because my family and even my cousin travel all together. Being together made me happy. Next time, I hope to travel with the whole family again. Thank you for listening.
All right, good job. Moving on to contestant number 11, 박서연 from 빛가람동 School, fourth graders. The title is I Admire Great Man.
다음 11번 참가자 박서연, 빛가람 초등학교 4학년, 제목은 I Admire Great Men입니다. 박서연 학생 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 서연 학생 목소리 좋습니다. 준비되시면 시작하시면 됩니다. Whenever you're ready.
Hi everyone, my name is Sayan Park. There are so many great people who made history, like Edison, Steve Jobs, the general Isn't. Among them, I want to talk about the great King Sejong, who I admire the most. He invented many things like a water watch, a sundial, hunger, and so on. I think hunger was the best invention among them. While I've been learning English, I realize how perfect and easy hunger is. As you know, hunger is very easy to learn, read, and write because hunger was made scientifically. During those days, many people could not read or write letters, so people had many problems. King Sejong felt sad for his people. King Sejong wanted to help them. It took a long time to make it and it was hard work, but he kept working. Thanks to him, we can read or write letters very easily now. That's why I admire him. Thank you for listening.
Okay, moving on to contestant number 12, 서현정 from Laon Elementary School. The title is Introduce 빛가람 University.
네, 다음은 12번 참가자 서현정, 라온 초등학교 4학년, 제목은 Introduce 빛가람 University입니다. 서현정 학생 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 현정 학생. 안녕하세요 한 번만 더 해볼까요?
안녕하세요.
네, 소리 좋습니다. 목소리 크게 해서 진행하시면 됩니다. Whenever you're ready.
Hi guys, I'm Sayan-jung. I now live in 빛가람 University, Naju. Are you curious about 빛가람 University? Let me tell you about it. 빛가ram University was founded in 2014 when energy and agriculture companies moved from Seoul to Naju. Bed of 빛가ram is the lake and Garam is the Yongsan River. There's lake park in the center of 빛가ram University. During the spring season, there are beautiful flowers blooming in the park. In summer, we can watch the dancing fountain show. There is a special playground called the electric playground. From there, we can learn how electricity is made. There's a hill in the middle of the park and a 빛가람 observatory at the top. It's similar to Namsan Tower in Seoul. You can get a great view of 빛가ram University from up there. Do you want to visit 빛가ram University? If you have any question about 빛garam University, feel free to ask me and I'll tell you more. Thank you for listening.
Okay, good job. Moving on to contestant number 13. Chung Jun-woo from Yangsan Elementary School, fourth graders. The title is The Person I Look Up to.
다음 참가자는 13번 송준우 양산초등학교 4학년 제목은 The Person I Look Up To입니다. 송준우 학생 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 안녕하세요. 한 번만 더 해볼까요?
안녕하세요.
목소리 크게 해서 시작해 주시면 됩니다. Whenever you're ready.
Hello, the person I have chosen is called Tom Holland. He is a famous British actor and is now about 24 years old. He is the youngest actor ever to star as a superhero in the MCU, which stands for the Marvel Cinematic Universe. I'm not sure if you know this, but he acted in a movie called Spider-Man and also Spies in Disguise. The reason that I look up to him is because he said in an interview that you can achieve anything if you just put your mind to it and practice. I think him putting his mind to one thing and achieving it is similar to me. When I have a hard question in maths or science or something like that, I just keep trying and trying until I get an answer. Another thing that I have in common with him is probably my age. He is 24 and I am 11, so there's only a 13-year gap between him and me. My dream is to meet him one day or just get an autograph from him. Thank you for listening.
Good job. Moving on to contestant number 14. 신태영 student from Pinuri Elementary School. The title is My Dream Family.
네, 다음은 14번 참가자 신태영 빛누리 초등학교 4학년 제목은 My Dream Found Me. 자, 신태영 학생 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요. 한 번만 해볼게요.
안녕하세요.
네, 그렇게 방금 안녕하세요 한 목소리처럼 크게 해서 발표 진행할게요. Whenever you're ready.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Tae-young Shin from Binuri Elementary School. I'm here today to tell you about my special dream. Have you ever had a special dream in your life? Yes, I have. I have been interested in learning English, so I wanted to go to English Academy. Last year, my family moved to Nasu from the countryside of Jeollanam-do. Now I have a lot of chances to speak English with my friends. I also had a compliment from my homeroom teacher. I have good English pronunciation. Sometimes I'm shy when I speak in front of people, but I have a big dream. I want to be a great announcer who delivers the news to people in Nasu. I can also deliver all the news about many companies and public institutions. I have a dream to introduce Naju. One reason why I want people to discover Naju is because of its rich heritage as well as the unique opportunity to enjoy the wonderful natural environment. Ever since my family came here, I've wanted to share my experiences with others. I want to represent the place I love in a way that attracts people to come visit my hometown. I'm still doing my best to achieve my dreams. Thank you for listening to my speech.
All right, good job. Moving on to contestant number 15. Shin Seung-yoon student from 빛가람동 School for Further. The title is A Letter to Myself After 10 Years.
다음은 15번 참가자 신승윤 빛가람 초등학교 4학년 제목은 A Letter to Myself After 10 Years입니다. 신승윤 학생 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네. 안녕하세요. 한 번만 더 해볼까요?
안녕하세요.
네, 목소리 크게 해서 진행하면 될 것 같습니다. Whenever you're ready.
Dear Big Lucas, I'm happy to write a letter to you. Maybe you're 21 years old when you have this. I believe you must be a famous author in Korea.
I hope you need to know about my effort. I read more than 10 books every week. It started from a dinosaur. I was extremely dinosaur-like when I was young. So my favorite book was about dinosaurs, shapes, puns, prey, and so on. A dinosaur must be an awesome creature. It helped me like reading books. I think I read most of dinosaur books in a library. And then I'm interested in a science fiction these days. It always gives me new information and happiness. Sometimes it makes me have peaceful mind when I'm upset. A book is my best friend. Nowadays, I like writing some stories. It gives me creative imagination while I write some stories of myself. I try to read books and write my stories continually. Dear Big Lucas, don't forget my effort and your childhood. I really want you to promise you will go on working hard. Then you must be an honorable writer around the world. Sincerely, your best supporter, dear Lucas. Thank you.
Contestant number 16, 빛가람 Elementary School, 4th grader. The title is in Korean, actually. The title is 나의 사랑스러운 가을.
다음은 16번 참가자 오수호 빛가람초등학교 4학년 제목은 나의 사랑스러운 가을이입니다. 오수호 학생 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
Okay, you can start whenever you're ready. 시작하시면 됩니다.
The most memorable moment for me is when I got my new puppy. At first, my mom didn't want to get a new dog because we already have one. After my dad and I asked her for a while, she finally signed. I jumped with joy. On the day my dad was bringing the new puppy home, I stayed up past midnight to greet our new family member. Then she came. She was a beautiful Shiba dog with golden fur. She named her girl. I'm so happy with my new dog. I play with all the time. I even watch TV with her. She filled me with joy. Thank you.
Moving on to contestant number 17, student, 빛가람 Elementary School 4th grader. So the title is My Dream is Lawyer.
네, 다음은 17번 참가자 이소율 빛가람초등학교 4학년 제목은 My Dream is Lawyer입니다. 이소율 학생 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 시작하면 되고 준비되시면 시작하시면 됩니다. Whenever you're ready.
I have a dream. I am so excited when I think about myself 20 years later. I am a student now, but I am very happy to think that I will be an adult and live my independent life in 20 years. I want to be a lawyer when I grow up. One day I watched a movie called The Attorney, and it looked so cool to see Song Eun-suk, the main character in the movie, making a cool defense against the prosecutor in court. So from then on, I became interested in the job of a lawyer. I read a lot of books for my dream. This is because I am not very interested in the law yet, but I am convinced that reading a book may someday be necessary. In a book, Martin Luther King said, if you can't fly, run. If you can't run, walk. And if you can't even walk, crawl. Like this, if I don't become a famous lawyer, I will become an ordinary lawyer. And if I don't become an ordinary lawyer, I will become a lawyer that only a few people know.
My dream will not change, and I will try to achieve my dream from now on, even if there are difficulties in becoming a lawyer. I will dream of becoming a lawyer 20 years later because I did not try and got frustrated. I dream today and now. Lawyer is a lawyer who works hard to defend someone who needs me in front of the court. I dream today as I cheer for myself, trying for that dream. Thank you.
All right, moving on to contestant number 18, 이아인, student from 빛누리 Elementary School, 4th graders. The title is 나주, which I love.
네, 다음은 18번 참가자 이아인, 빛누리 초등학교 4학년, 제목은 나주, which I love입니다. 이아인 학생, 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 소리 좋습니다. 준비되시면 시작하시면 됩니다. Whenever you're ready.
Hello, my name is Rian. I want to introduce Naju where I live. There are great attractions in Naju. First, 빛가람 observatory, the pride of 빛가람동. It's a good place to hike during the day. At night, you can see more beautiful night. You and wonderful fun time. The second one is Keko. Keko is a famous place. It takes care of our activity. It's really great. The third one is Naju Video Theme Park. It is the place where many movies were filmed. If you go there are many fun things to see and you don't know how time feels. The fourth one is 나주곰탕. My family goes to 하얀집 for 나주곰탕. Or what? It's really good and there are a lot of people. It's what's waiting for and the side dessert are delicious. I love Naju. Thank you.
Number 19, 이채민 student from 빛누리 Elementary School, 4th graders. The title is My 빛가람 settlement story.
네, 다음은 19번 참가자 이채민, 빛누리 초등학교 4학년, 제목은 My 빛가람 settlement story입니다. 이채민 학생, 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 목소리 크게 한 번만 더 해주세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 좋습니다. 두 번째 목소리처럼 크게 발표 시작해 주시면 됩니다.
My Become Servant. I say goodbye to my village cat. I moved here in December 2020 as my dad is office worker. At first, I felt lonely here where I had no friend and was unfamiliar with the neighborhood. My parents showed me around so that I could feel affection for Naju. Once, I went to Naju Museum. I looked at the things that people made in the past, and the outing with my family was good, and the countryside was so beautiful. Once again, a wooden wood ship called Hanpo sailboat, which was a little scary at first, but when I got on it, it was so much fun. It felt like I was a kid who lived in Naju in the Joseon Dynasty. In the past, people here told me that they used to buy and sell who owned the Yongsan River. Now I have a lot of friends here, and I like Naju, which has a lot of interesting things besides its good culture and food. I want to make more memory with Naju this year in 2022. Thank you.
Right, moving on to contestant number 20, 정의진 student from 빛누리 Elementary School, 4th graders. The title is also in Korean, 나의 도시 나주입니다.
네, 다음은 20번째 참가자 정의진, 빛누리 초등학교 4학년, 제목은 나의 도시 나주입니다. 정의진 학생, 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
오케이, 음량 좋습니다. 준비되시면 시작하시면 됩니다.
Hello everyone.
I'm going to tell you what I'm living in Naju. Naju is a small city located in the southern part of the Korea map. In the Hanhan period, it was called Mahan. It was called Gumsan country from the Goryeo dynasty to Joseon dynasty. And in modern times, it was gradually developed into Naju-si. Naju has been a fertile plain since ancient times, so it was rich in the grain. There are no high mountains, but there is Gumsang Mountain, so I can climb it sometimes when I want to. Everyone knows that Naju pear is famous, right? The size of the pear is very big, like a moon, and has a cool taste. It is a fruit that grandparents and whole family enjoy eating. In spring, you can see white pear flowers here and there. It is similar to cherry blossoms, but I think pear flowers are prettier. Let me introduce 빛가람동 innovative cities. 빛가람 Lake Park and Observatory are the pride of our town. My family likes to take a walk around the park. The people in our region who live in innovative cities are kind and energetic. I am happy to attend Binuri Elementary School in a clean city, and I really love Naju. Thank you.
Moving on to contestant number 21, Chu Jimin, student from 빛가람 Elementary School, fourth grader. The title is also in Korean. It's 미래의 나에게 보내는 편지.
네, 다음은 21번 참가자 주지민, 빛가람초등학교 4학년, 제목은 미래의 나에게 보내는 편지입니다. 주지민 학생, 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 준비되시면 시작하시면 됩니다.
Hi everyone, my name is Jimin. This is a letter to my future self. Dear future self, hi Jimin, how are you doing? I wonder what you will look like in the future. Maybe you will be a university student. If you are a university student, which university will you go to? I have so many questions. I have something to tell my future self. Never give up. You might have difficulties, but tell yourself I can do it. My dream now is to be a pastry chef, but even if your dream changes, I will always cheer for you. You're truly listening. Thank you for listening.
Moving on to contestant number 22, 지승호, student from Binuri Elementary School, fourth grader. The title is My Dream.
네, 다음은 22번 참가자 지승호, 빛누리 초등학교 4학년, 제목은 My Dream입니다. 지승호 학생, 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 목소리 크게 안녕하세요. 더 해볼게요.
안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 목소리 크게 더 부탁드릴게요. 지금 조금 작아요. 조금 목소리 크게 해주세요.
네.
네, 시작해주세요.
My dream is to be a writer. The reason why I had that dream is because I want to write a wonderful book like Cressida Count, the author of the book that I enjoy reading. Cressida Count wrote many interesting books, such as How to Train Your Dragon and The Wizard of Oz. But if I want to be a writer, I should know how to spell well first, but spelling is too difficult. I know how to write so that I can write good things. The story is most important to be a writer, but it usually takes good imagination to write good things. Reading books, watching movies, watching YouTube, imagining this and that. But it's not easy to imagine something new. I'm gonna put what I imagine into my story and solve the problems one by one. I won't approach kids who doesn't have the courage to read or write my book. And encourage you can write. I hope. Is the book keep changing? The story of the book turns into a cartoon. I think it would be good to turn it into a painting or a movie or a music. I hope a lot of people like it for a long time. What I can do now for my dream is to read many good books. Thank you.
Moving on, next contestant number 23rd, 최연우 from 빛가람 Elementary School, 4th grader. The title is 존경하는 나의 선생님, 나의 영어 선생님입니다. 23번 참가자 최연우, 빛가람초등학교 4학년. 제목은 존경하는 나의 영어 선생님입니다. 최연우 학생 안녕하세요. 최연우 학생. 최연우 학생. 안 계시면 네, 그러면 최연우 학생은 순서를 맨 뒤로 미루고 다음 순서로 넘어가겠습니다. 다음은 we'll move on to the 24th contestant 24th 홍서현 빛누리 중학교 from 빛누리 Elementary School 4th grade. Title is 나주 is love. 네, 24번 참가자 홍서현.
이때만 한번 남기고.
나주 is love입니다. 홍서현 학생 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 좋습니다. 준비되시면 시작하면 됩니다.
I love my city because we do lots of outdoor activities. First, there is a really fun museum at the top of the mountain in the lakefront. I love walking up the mountain in the summer. The shade of the tree keeps me cool when I am going. When I get to the top, it's wonderful to see the view of our city. Second, the lakefront has lots of things to do. There are big fields, badminton courts, and places to hike, but I really like the electric playground. My leg hurt after playing here, but it's fun to think about making electricity. Third, I also go to ballet academy, which is great because I can learn to do different dances. I have lots of energy, so I need to do something like exercise all the time. Fourth, there is the 빛가람 library. Sometimes I am tired for doing all my different exercises, so I need to relax a little bit. Sometimes I am tired from doing all my different exercises, so I need to relax little bit, so I go to the library and check out some books. There is so much to do in Naju. You can be like me and run around a lot, or you can relax with a good book. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you.
너 잘했어, 잘했어.
다음으로 넘어가기 전에 23번 최연후 학생이 기술적인 문제가 있는 게 아니라 저희가 그 응소를 해드리는 요청을 보내드려야 되는데 저희 쪽에서 잘못 찾아서 맨 뒤로 보내지 않고 23번으로 다시 돌아가겠습니다. So for contestant number 23, there wasn't any technical issues. There was just confusion. So we're not going to send contestant number 23 to the very end yet. We're just going to listen to number 23 now. So this is number 23. 최연후, 빛가람 Elementary School 4th graders. The title is in Korean. 존경하는 나의 선생님.
23번 참가자 최연후, 빛가람초등학교 4학년. 제목은 존경하는 영어 선생님입니다. 현우 학생 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 좋습니다.
준비되시면 시작하시면 됩니다.
Hi everyone.
My name is Sudi. The person I respect the most is my English teacher. At first, I didn't even know various English words, but now I can read and write the words. When I was young, they told me learning English is very important, so you have to learn it. I really hated English. As I kept learning, my English skills got better. I know how fun English can be. Now I am giving a presentation in English. I am proud of myself. I have something to say to my teacher. Thank you so much for giving fun and exciting English lessons. Even though it will be hard, I want to keep learning from you. Thank you so much, and I love you. Thank you for listening.
We already done this is number 24. Now we'll jump to this is number 25. 고서윤 students from 빛가람 elementary school, 5th graders. Now we're moving on to 5th graders. 5학년으로 넘어갑니다. The title is also in Korean. 10년 후 나에게 보내는 편지.
지금부터 5학년 발표를 시작하겠습니다. 25번 참가자 고서윤, 빛가람 초등학교 5학년, 10년 후 나에게 보내는 편지입니다. 고서윤 학생 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
목소리 크게 한 번만 더 해볼까요?
안녕하세요.
네, 두 번째 목소리처럼 크게 발표 시작해 주시면 됩니다.
네. Dear Soyun, I'm you from the past. After 10 years, I will be 22 years old, right? I will be able to vote by them. Are you still fighting with your brother? We've been fighting a lot now. After 10 years, you won't fight anymore, right? Maybe you will become a makeup artist or choose another job. The dream that you want to achieve will come true. Whatever you choose to do, I will cheer you up. Right now, I am happy. I wonder if I will read this letter in the future. Anyway, I hope that you will still have a happy and pleasant life 10 years later too. And you will be able to live happily with my family. Yours truly, Soyun. Thank you.
Number 26. 김서연 from 빛가람 elementary school, 5th grader. The title is My Dream.
다음 26번 참가자 김서연, 빛가람 초등학교 5학년, 제목은 My Dream입니다. 김서연 학생 안녕하세요. 김서연 학생.
안녕하세요.
목소리 크게 한 번만 더 해볼게요.
안녕하세요.
네, 목소리 크게 시작해 주시면 됩니다. Whenever you're ready.
My dream is to be a doctor. I always think about helping other people. So some people asked, there's lots of jobs that can help others. But why did you choose to be a doctor? Yes, there are lots of jobs that can help others. But only doctors can save a person's life. I had many dreams when I was in 3rd grade, like a movie director, a teacher, a doctor, scientist, and many other jobs. But I decided to be a doctor when I was in grade 4. The reason was this. I watched a video about difficult and sick children in Africa. And what I saw was some angels helping the difficult children. And that angel were doctors. That was the time I decided to be a doctor. But I also wanted to be a doctor because doctors earn a lot of money. But if I earn a lot of money, I want to donate some of them to the abandoned pets in the shelter. Because I always liked animals, and I'm also going to donate the money to the orphanage children. These are the reasons I want to be a doctor. So I will study hard to be a doctor someday. Thank you.
All right, moving on to contestant number 27, Kim Chong-min student from Pinuri Elementary School 5th graders. The title is in Korean, 10년 후 나에게 보내는 편지.
27번 참가자 김수민, 김물초등학교 5학년, 제목은 10년 후 나에게 보내는 편지입니다. 김수민 학생, 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 준비되시면 시작하시면 됩니다.
Hi, Smin. I'm your 10 years ago. First, how are you doing now? And if you have set up, are you going to college? I go to school. I want to study hard so that I don't regret it later and open my own store, which is my dream. And how are you doing with your friends and family? I'm sure they are happy. I'm always sorry and thank you for with your family. I'm always sorry and thank you for to you. Tell her and mom and dad I was so immature, right? Was always thank you for and sorry that you always talk to me into being immature. Please tell her that. Lastly, I want to say don't get sick and take care. Thank you.
Number 28, Kim Yunma, student from Lawon Elementary School 5th grader. The title is Dream Come True.
28번 참가자 김윤나, 라온초등학교 5학년, 제목은 Dream Come True입니다. 김윤나 학생, 안녕하세요. 김윤나 학생.
안녕하세요.
네, 윤나 학생 안녕하세요. 준비되셨으면 시작하시면 됩니다.
Hello. Today I want to talk about my dream to travel the world. I have never wanted anything so much in my life. However, I know it will be hard to make my dream come true, so I will work very hard. I will have to study and use my talent to get a good job. Middle school and high school will be hard, but I will work hard. I will focus on social studies, English, and Korean. Then when I go to college, I will study the word and poetry. After that, I will get a job at a company, save my money, pack my bags, and explore the world. When I am traveling the world, I will share my love of learning, read poetry, and tell everyone about the history of the Korean people. I feel many people in the world love money, but they forget about learning. Too many people watch videos, but not many love reading books and learning. So I will share my love of learning all over the world. I want to reach people and help people with my poetry. And I am talking to people. I want to tell them about Korea and the people who live there. I think it is important for everyone to understand what a good country Korea is. I think everyone in the world can be helpful if they love books, learning, and Korea too. Thank you for listening to me. Bye bye.
To contestant 29, but however, we've been told that contestant 29 will be unattending today, so we'll move on to contestant number 30. So contestant 29, 김아람 오시지 않으셨습니다. 불참하셨습니다. So you can pass 20, contestant 29. We'll move on to contestant 30, 김형호 student from Pinuri Elementary School 5th graders. The title is My Lovely City.
30번 참가자 김현호, 금율초등학교 5학년, 제목은 My Lovely City 나주입니다. 김현호 학생, 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
Hello, 안녕하세요. 준비되셨으면 시작하시면 됩니다.
Hi, I will tell you about the city I live in. It is called Naju City, a South Korean city where green fields and a famous food called Najugumtang can be found. It is a beef soup and can be paired with rice with kimchi as a side dish. It is also not that spicy. You also need to get a taste of our pears, which is a famous fruit in here. It's very sweet and I think it's good for dessert. There are a lot of places to visit too. Naju Choto was a train station before, but it became a park where you can see the rails and some trains too. It's a good place to visit. I recommend that you visit this place. I'm sure you will have fun and will know the history of this park. Another tourist attraction in my place is Bikaram Hosugongwon Jeonmangdae. It is an observatory located in a park where you can go up using stairs or a monorail. A monorail is a railroad which consists of a single train with trains suspended from it or balancing on it. When I went up there, the city view above was amazing and very relaxing. The monorail ride can be scary at first, but I assure you that the riding experience is worth it. I wish you can go there when you visit Naju. Thank you.
Question number 31, Park Min-seo from 빛가람 Elementary School, fifth graders. The title is 황토도배.
31번 참가자 박민서, 빛가람초등학교 5학년, 제목은 황토 도배 투어입니다. 박민서, 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 소리 좋습니다. You can start whenever you're ready.
Hello, I go to 빛가람 Elementary School in Naju. Naju is a beautiful place, and there are many wonderful things to see, but I want to talk about the best place, 황토도배 Tower. If you don't know what it is the big wooden boat that goes down the Yeongsan River. The tower down the river is not expensive, and you can enjoy nature. The boat is a traditional ship that Koreans used a long time ago. Sometimes the weather is hot in Naju, so it is nice to go outside and feel the cool wind on your face. When you go down the river, there are mountains all around and the water is very pretty in the sunlight. Also, the air is clean, which is nice. Finally, you can learn the history of 황토도배. During the Joseon dynasty, the river trade in Naju was very important. People going up and down the river always had something to trade, buy, or sell, which made Naju an important place. Naju became famous for dyeing, making food, and many of the buildings. Important people started coming to Naju, which made a center for trade and money. The history of the 황토도배 is very interesting because we always learn about the history of Seoul or other big cities, but never Naju. I really want to go on a fun little boat ride down the river and learn more about my home. Thank you for listening to me.
Number 32, Park Jun-seo from Kyunuri Elementary School. The title is Let Me Introduce My Second Hometown, Naju City.
32번 참가자 박준서, 빛누리 초등학교 5학년, 제목은 Let Me Introduce My Second Hometown, Naju City입니다. 박준서 학생, 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 소리 좋습니다. 바로 시작하시면 되겠습니다.
I have lived here for 6 years. Since moving in, I have gotten to know many things about my city. Now, I'm really proud of living in Naju. What makes me proud of it? There are 3 reasons for it. Firstly, we can enjoy nature easily. There are lots of natural attractions near Naju, such as the Yongsan River, Kumsong Mountain, and the Naju Lake. It only takes 20 minutes by car to get there, so whenever we are stressed, we can just go one of these places and release our stress. Secondly, there are many precious historical sites. This is the proudest thing for me. Naju used to be a capital of Baekje Kingdom in the period of 3 states, so it has many traces of the nation. For example, there are Purhesa, which is a temple from 384, Kumdongwan, a crown which was designated as a Korean treasure, and Gobungun, which are the ancient tombs from the period. Lastly, it is a hopeful city. Many people say there will be more facilities such as the Cantek and the big shopping mall in 빛가람동. Also, there are many young people and babies, so the atmosphere of this city is cheerful and hopeful. Therefore, it is getting bigger and bigger. Is a great place to live. We can go to the nature and many historical sites nearby. Also enjoy energetic atmosphere. Do you want to know more about Naju? Just come and see me. Thank you.
넘어가기 전에 한 번 더 고지 드리겠습니다. 최대한 카메라를 쳐다봐 주시면 됩니다. 화면에 있는 자기를 보기보다는 어디 기기에 달려있는 카메라, 동그란 카메라 있죠? 최대한 카메라를 쳐다보고 해주셔야지 저희 심사위원분들이 오해 없이 심사 가능합니다. Okay, moving on to contestant number 33, 서지우 from 한나라 Elementary School 5th graders. The title is My Dream.
33번 참가자 서지우, 하나름 중학년, 제목은 My Dream입니다. 서지우 학생, 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 준비되셨으면 시작해 주세요.
Hello everyone. I'm in the 5th grade of Hanram Elementary School. I will start speaking English. Did you know that kids these days can get coronavirus vaccine? I got to know this information when I saw an announcer reporting it on the news. As such, announcers quickly and accurately inform viewers and listeners of all news in Korea and the world through TV or radio. Announcers provide useful information for daily life through various programs. And it helps us adapt well in society by reporting rapid changes in society every minute. I want to be a good announcer to create a beneficial society. I have had this dream since I was in the 3rd grade of elementary school. I really like presenting in class at school. I'm naturally not nervous about speaking in front of others. I'm usually praised by my homeroom teacher and others around me for speaking well. I'm very interested in the economy, politics, and social culture reported in the news. I heard that the inflation rate is serious due to the war between Russia and Ukraine. I hope the war will end soon. I think my attendance is the foundation for becoming an announcer. I imagine being an announcer 13 years later. Please look forward to me who became a great announcer by working hard to achieve my dream. Thank you for listening to my dream.
All right, moving on to contestant number 34. Okay, we've been noted that contestant number 34 is unattended. So 참가도 34번 서한준 친구는 오늘 불참하였습니다. 34번 넘어가고 35번부터 심사해 주시면 되겠습니다. So moving on to contestant number 35, 손유희 from Community Elementary School 5th grader. The title is Walking Towards My Dream. 손유희 학생.
다음은 35번 참가자 손유희, 금누리 중학교 5학년, 제목은 Walking Towards My Dream입니다. 손유희 학생, 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 손유희 학생. 준비되시면 시작해 주시면 됩니다. Whenever you're ready.
Let's call walking, running.
What kind of job does it come to your mind when you hear those words? Yes, that's right. A mother, and that's my dream. I'm a bit shy to talk about this, but let me tell you why I want to walk on the runway. Growing up, I was always the tall kid, so people told me to be a model. At first, I wasn't interested, but the more I heard from others, at some point, it naturally became my dream. Since then, I'm into one models too. Then, I fell in love with their sickness and how they walk on the runway. From that point, I started to wear all of my family's clothes. It was all because I wanted my own style. One day, by chance, I heard a Kismet audition with no invitation. I applied and I got accepted to the first round. I was so proud of myself. But I couldn't attend the second round due to the personal reason. I was disappointed. However, I promised myself to try harder and achieve my dream. Since then, I went to one model. I don't think model is just wearing nice clothes, walking on a runway. They need to study fashion styles, be used to taking criticism. However, I'm not afraid to make my effort to become one. Therefore, I do my best to walk runways in Korea, runways around the world. Thank you.
Moving on to contestant number 36, Min-ho from Lion Elementary School fifth grader. The title is A Person Whom I Respect.
다음 36번 참가자 송민석, 라운초등학교 5학년, 제목은 A Person Whom I Respect입니다. 송민석 학생, 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
준비되셔서 시작하시면 됩니다.
The person I respect is King Sejong because he made Hangul the language of our country. I am proud that the letters made in the past era are still evaluated as the best language. King Sejong was the one who made Hangul for the people, devoting his eye to it. King Sejong looks great. I thought about how to make a language, and it occurred to me that he had read a book 100 times. As I read a lot of books, I think you made Hangul vocabulary increase by itself. That's truly incredible. He listened to the people well and tried day and night to solve the problem. Many people live by farming, so he even published a book on farming. Technology has also been developed. Honcheon이, Chugugi, and Jagyongru are representative, and he picked talented regardless of his status. Therefore, the status of a slave like Jang Yong-sil could stay in the palace. It looks special because it is different from the other kings. So, I respect King Sejong. This is the end of my story. Thank you for the listening. Thank you.
Number 37, Shin from 빛가람동 Elementary School fifth grader. The title is My Best Friend Naju.
네, 다음 참가자 37번 신승민, 빛가람초등학교 5학년, 제목은 My Best Friend 나주입니다. 신승민 학생, 안녕하세요. 신승민 학생, 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 신승민 학생 목소리 크게 해서 발표해 주시면 됩니다. Whenever you're ready.
Dear my friend Naju, I'm happy to write a letter to introduce you to many people. I'd never known you, even just your name, before my family moved from Seoul. Actually, I was worried when we decided to leave my home. It means I wouldn't play with my friends anymore. I realized it was too big worry after meeting you. You gave me a flavory fruit Naju pear. I never tasted such a sweet fruit. I don't know how many Naju pear I've had so far. Now I'm a big fan. Even it makes me have a dream to be a pear farmer.
Also, you showed me many beautiful sceneries in nature. I'm happy to see a shining sunrise in the morning, walk around a peaceful lake for the day, and stare at a fascinating sunset in the evening. Above all, I could never forget looking at a charming view and breathing fresh air on the Kumsang mountain. I felt to be a king when I was on the top. Lastly, you've told me many beautiful historical stories. I still remember stories about ancient civilization that you explained at the National Museum. Especially, I've totally caught up in your mysterious stories whenever you tell me about Kingdom of Korea and Joseon. How do you have so many historical stories and spots? You are not only my best friend, but also my good history teacher. And I really want our friendship to be forever. Sincerely, your best friend, Seungmin. Thank you.
Contestant number 38, Jang Hobin, student from the New Elementary School, fifth grader. The title is My Dream.
다음 38번 참가자 정서빈, 김윤초등학교 5학년, 제목은 My Dream입니다. 정서빈 학생, 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
아, 네. 목소리 크게 해서 해주시면 됩니다. Whenever you're ready.
Hello everyone! Do you know Sarah Park? She's a retired golf player. Now she's a golf coach. But I bet she's still good at golf. And of course she's my role model. Yes, I want to be a golf player when I grow up. But did you know that I really hated playing golf when I was little? So the first time I played golf was when I was 8 years old. Since I was too young to play golf, it was really hard and also annoying for me to play it. And I was literally forced to play golf because my dad, he is just a golf coach who really wanted me to be a golf player. And because of all that, I stopped playing golf and didn't play golf for quite a long time. And because of all that, I stopped playing golf and didn't play for quite a long time. And guess what? One day, I watched my favorite TV show and saw Sarah Park playing golf in there. I got a little interested because a lot of people follow Sarah Park and also respected her. So I asked my dad if he could teach me golf again, and he basically agreed to teach me. And after a few months since he taught me golf, I mastered 2 swings in only 3 days, which is very awesome. And you know what? When I'm in and my dad was so surprised by my improvements, and he also told me that he thinks I'm talented in golf. I was so proud of myself. From that day, I decided to be a golf player, and that decision would never change. Thank you.
네. 네. 넘어가겠습니다. Contestant number 39 did not attend. So we'll pass. 9번 정민준 학생은 오지 않았기 때문에 심사에서 제외하도록 하겠습니다. So please note that contestant number 39 did not attend today. So we'll move on to contestant number 40. 넘어가겠습니다. Contestant number 40, 조준호, student from Laon Elementary School, 5th grader. The title is My Hero, Michael Jackson.
참가자 40번 조준호, 라운초등학교 5학년, 제목은 My Hero, 마이클 잭슨입니다. 조준호 학생, 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 준비되셔서 시작하시면 됩니다.
My hero, Michael Jackson. I like American singer Michael Jackson, king of pop, because he is such a fantastic singer and dancer, and he took care of many children. He was born in Gray, Indiana. His father was a train operator at USC and played guitar in a band.
When he was a little boy, he made a boy band. Taken by he became so famous because of the band. He usually wore a black suit or a black jacket. He looked so nice and cool. My favorite song be Michael Jackson to the world and and we are the world. And my favorite dance be Michael Jackson is Moonwalk dance. They are so great and cool. I want to be a good singer and dancer like him. I also want to help poor people like him. Thank you. 오늘 궁금한 게 하나 있어요. 그게 이따 다 하고 혹시 나가도 돼요?
안 됩니다. 안 됩니다. 제가 처음부터 얘기했지만 대기하셔야 됩니다. 6학년 끝날 때까지 다 대기하셔야 됩니다. 쉬는 시간이 필요하시다면 잠깐 컨테스트 카메라를 끄고 다녀오셔도 괜찮습니다. 컨테스트 41 최민성님은 오늘 안 오셨기 때문에 넘어가도록 하겠습니다. 컨테스트 number 41 is not attended, so did not attend today. So we'll move on to contestant 42. So moving on to contestant 42, the last contestant of the fifth graders, actually. Name is Ha Jun-hee from Pinuri Elementary School, fifth graders. The title is Naju Unfamiliar City to You?
네, 다음은 42번 참가자 하준희 인문고등학교 5학년 제목은 It's not unfamiliar city to you입니다. 하준희 학생 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 잘 들립니다.
준비되시면 시작하시면 됩니다.
Have you ever thought about living in a familiar city? I had never thought about it before I moved here, Naju City. Though Naju is my mother's hometown where my grandparents live, it isn't familiar to me. At first, living in Naju made me feel like fish out of water, so I was counting days until going back where I had lived. However, I experienced 4 seasons in Naju for 2 years. The quiet and peaceful atmosphere and the beautiful nature scenery fascinated me. Hence, I'd like to introduce the beautiful city Naju. Naju City is located in the area of the Yeongsang River in South Jeolla Province, and it was chosen as an innovation city. What comes to your mind when you hear Naju City? Yes, most people might say it's a sweet pear. The good climate and the rich soil are the best sort can grow a world-class pear. Another symbol of Naju is pear blossom. If you visit Naju in April, you can see the beautiful scenery of pear blossom. I have seen a lot of pear flower in my grandparents' farm since I was young, but the more I see them, the more beautiful they look than any other flowers. Almost everyone might think of cherry blossom in spring, but if there were a pear flower festival of Naju, it would become tourist attraction loved by many people. Furthermore, visitors can enjoy some festivals such as Naju Yeongsang River Culture Festival. It promotes understanding Korean cultures and people would pray for their wish of sweet pear for the year. And there is another special culture festival, the Mahan Culture Heritage Festival. Unfortunately, due to COVID-19, it's not being held. I'm looking forward to seeing festival for myself. Did you enjoy my introduction of Naju? I'll continue to make memorable things while living here. If you visit Naju, you'll fall in love with this fascinating place like me. Thank you.
이렇게 해서 모든 5학년이 끝났습니다. That's a wrap for the fifth graders. 저희 6학년으로 넘어가기 전에 5분 정도 쉬는 시간을 가지도록 하겠습니다. 지금 11시 39분이니까 11시 45분까지 들어오시면 됩니다. 지금 공식적인 그거기 때문에 쉬는 시간이기 때문에 카메라는 켜놓고 다녀오셔야 됩니다. 다시 5분에 보겠습니다. 네, 저희 이제 다시 6학년부터 진행을 하도록 할 건데요. 착오가 있어서 말씀드립니다. 33번 서현준 학생이 아는 게 아니라 이름 등록이 잘못돼 있어서 저희가 찾지를 못했었어요. 그래서 서현준이 아니라 서형준 학생이라고 합니다. 그래서 26학년 42번 하준이 학생, 죄송합니다. 43번 구윤서 6학년 학생 시작하기 전에 34번 서현준 학생 5학년을 한번 듣고 넘어가도록 하겠습니다. So, contestant number 34 wasn't unattended. There was been a misunderstanding. So we'll start with contestant number 34, and then we'll move on to contestant number 43. No, that one you guys check, please. Okay, so 34번 서형준 학생부터 발표하는 걸로 하겠습니다. Contestant number 34, 서형준, 빛누리 Elementary School fifth grader. The title is the Day a Shy Little Boy Came Out into the World.
서형준 학생 안녕하세요.
Yeah.
네, 준비되시면 시작하시면 됩니다.
There was a little boy. The boy was too shy to express anything, whether he was happy, sad, grateful, or upset, even when he was bullied. Then one day, the boy's mother showed the boy a movie called Little Bear, but that movie was not Korean, and the boy heard it for the first time. It was in English. The boy couldn't understand the word, but the boy felt that English was like good for music and became curious. That's how the boy met English. Now English has become the boy's best friend. As you may have guessed, the boy is me. I grew up like this. I'm still very shy until now. The English speaking contest gave me a great courage. I couldn't tell anyone, but I told my mom one day before the deadline that I wanted to enter in the English speaking contest. Really? Are you really going to enter in the competition? My mom kept asking. My mom and dad were so surprised and happy about my change. I have never learned English at an English academy. I just laughed and cried at the story of my friends in the English book and DVD. I have made a big decision today. Today is the first time in my 12-year-old life that I challenge myself. The most touching moment. The day a shy little boy came out into the world. This is the moment. Thank you.
That was contestant number 34. 헷갈리지 않으셨으면 좋겠습니다. 참가자 34번 서형준 학생이었습니다. Alright, moving on to our 6th graders. 6학년으로 넘어가겠습니다. Contestant number 43, 구윤서 from 빛누리 Elementary School 6th grader. The title is My Dream.
다음은 43번 참가자 구윤서, 빛누리초등학교 2학년, 제목은 My Dream입니다. 구윤서 학생, 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 준비되시면 시작하시면 됩니다.
Hey everyone, I will tell you about my future dream. My dream is a voice actress. Voice acting is the art of performing voiceovers to present a character or provide information. I have dreamed it since I was first grade. I like talking and making a variety of voices, so I wanted to become a voice actress. Many careers flowed through my head like police officer and a justice and so on. However, being a voice actress is the first one that I like to be. To be a voice actress, I often dub in English dubbing app Tula. Whenever I'm dubbing in it, I have to listen carefully to actors and practice. Then I need to dub lightly like them. I said, when I read an English book in my English Academy, I set a rule and read it lightly with different voices to be more unique. One person has many voices. It is my favorite point of the job's character. Lee Sun is my role model. Do you know Pororo? It is a very famous and popular character in Korea. It is voiced by Lee Sun. He has voice acted a lot of characters that I like, but I didn't recognize those were voiced by the one. I will do my best to make my dreams come true. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Moving on to contestant number 44, we've been noted that contestant number 44 is having technical difficulties right now, so we'll go ahead and move contestant number 44 to the very end of the sixth graders. 저 44번 김강유 학생은 지금 기계적 결함 때문에 지금 드론이 어렵다고 합니다. 그래서 저희 교체 권한으로 맨 마지막으로 옮기도록 하겠습니다. 44번 넘기고 45번. So contestant number 45, Kim Han-hee from Wanna Elementary School 6th graders. The title is My Dream.
46번 참가자 김상희, 45번 참가자 김상희, 넌 남초등학교 6학년. 제목은 My Dream입니다. 김다미 학생 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 준비되셔서 시작하시면 됩니다.
I want to talk about my dream. I like animals and insects very much. So I want to be a vet. Now I raise a lizard, a species of leopard gecko, as a pet. Its name is Daigi. It has claws, but it can't climb walls and it is very slow. I'm also raising a house gecko called Leo. It has suckers on its paws and it is very fast, so it can climb walls and ceilings. When I open the door to feed it, it escaped 4 times. I was looking for it. Luckily, he's here. I really want to keep a snake too. I'm persuading my mom, but mom doesn't want a snake because it needs to feed rats. She didn't like the lizard, but now she's fine with them. So I believe she will change her mind if she sees a nice pretty snow corn snake. I love raising parrots, chameleons, cats, and every animal. I feel really sad and have teary eyes whenever I see sick animals. My mom is sad when she sees me not having food. I'm sad too when my pets don't eat and don't open the bowls. Thank you.
Alright, now moving on to contestant 46, Kim Ha-yoon, student from Hananim Elementary School 6th graders. The title is Special Love.
다음은 46번 참가자 김하윤, 하남 초등학교 6학년. 제목은 스페셜 러브입니다. 김하윤 학생 안녕하세요. 다시 한번.
안녕하세요.
네, 좋습니다.
네, 하윤 학생 준비되셨으면 시작해 주시기 바랍니다. Whenever you're ready.
There are many famous people to respect, like Edison, the president, or a doctor. But as for my grandfather, some people may think there is nothing to learn from a 7-year-old grandfather, but you might be surprised at how much to learn from him. First, my grandfather wakes up at 6 a.m. and studies English every day. When I go to my grandfather's house, my grandfather teaches me English that I do not know. After he finishes studying, he exercises. He works and plays archery every day. Together, we exercise to get healthy, and I feel that our relationship gets better over time. Lastly, I have my grandfather's genuine love for me. He buys me supplements. He video calls me twice a week. People might say it's nothing, but it makes me proud and to work harder every day. I respect my grandfather, who studied with me, exercised with me, and gave love to me. By looking at my grandfather, I always think to love my family when I have one in the future. Other people may think it's just love from an ordinary grandfather, but my grandfather is a person who makes me special. Therefore, I respect my grandfather more than anyone in the world. Thank you.
47, Kim Hae-chang from 빛가람 Elementary School, 6 years. The title is My Touching Moment.
네, 다음 47번 참가자 김혜창, 빛가람초등학교 6학년, 제목은 My Touching Moment입니다. 김혜창 학생, 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 조금 목소리 크게 해서 준비를 시작하시면 됩니다.
잠깐 화장실 좀 다녀도 될까요?
지금 죄송하지만 지금 본인 차례이기 때문에 어디 가면 안 됩니다.
네.
네, 지금 기술적인 문제나 이런 게 있는 게 아니기 때문에 조금 마음을 가다듬고 진행해 주시면 좋겠습니다.
Hello. Today, I'm going to talk about my touching moment. Have you ever had the moment that touched you? My touching moment is my everyday life. The time in my family is most remarkable to me. I can't pick one, but let me introduce my meaningful memories. I remember when I moved into Naju. At first, I was really sad because I had to leave Gwangju. I lived in Gwangju for 7 years, so all of my friends and teachers were in there. Therefore, I missed them a lot. However, after I moved into Naju, I had new friends and nice teacher. Also, my house was big and clean, so I felt happy again. Having new friends and teacher and my house in Naju is one of my precious memories. I also remember watching the movie with my family. When I watching the movie with my family on the weekend, so I felt family affection and I was happy because it was cozy. My family is busy on the weekday, so spending time with my family on the weekend is a very precious and happy time for me. For me, the moments in my daily life are touching moments. These memories cheer me up when I'm having a hard time, so I think I became stronger through these memories. I hope that you will have these memories and gain strength in your heart. Thanks for listening to my speech. Have a good day. Bye bye.
Now moving on to contestant number 48, 노수연 from 빛가람 Elementary School, 6th graders. The title is My Train.
네, 다음 48번 참가자 노수현, 빛가람초등학교 6학년, 제목은 My Dream입니다. 노수현 학생, 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
목소리 조금만 더 크게 해서 안녕하세요 한번 해볼까요?
안녕하세요.
네, 그 목소리 크게 해서 발표해볼게요. Whenever you're ready.
Hello, I'm going to talk about my dream. A few years ago, the Korean movie Parasite received an Academy Award and became a hot topic around the world. Director Bong Joon-ho became a world-class director. People around the world listened to the director's words. In front of foreigners, the director showed humility in attributing his glory to others in Korean. When I was listening to it in Korean, I clapped for the director's words and my heart fluttered when he said thank you. But I was worried for a moment. How do you convey important moments to foreigners? Contrary to some people's concerns, foreigners were laughing and clapping at the same moment as me. This is because there was an interpreter next to the director who made the play shine with excellent English skills. She is Charon Che. I saw my future self in her actions. An interpreter is a person who understands and communicates two or more languages for people who otherwise not understand each other. So, the interpreter must understand the speaker's intentions well, and the interpreter has to speak so that the listeners understand easily. To achieve my dream, I will learn more about the role of an interpreter and try to become an interpreter from now on. Someday, I want to represent Korea and promote Korea's heroes through my voice. Thank you.
Number 49, Park Min-jae from Kimuri Elementary School, 6th grader. The title is A Person I Respect.
다음은 49번 참가자 박민재, 김누리초등학교 6학년, 제목은 A Person I Respect입니다. 박민재 학생, 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 소리 크게 해서 시작해 주시면 됩니다. Whenever you're ready.
I would like to introduce the person I respect, Stephen Curry, a basketball player. I like and enjoy various sports, but among them, I like basketball the most. There are several players who I like: James Harden, Ujiwon, and LeBron James. However, I like and respect Stephen Curry the most. Stephen Curry is NBA's first unanimous MVP. In general, when selecting an MVP, a player who receives a lot of votes is selected as MVP. But he has not been unanimously selected until he became MVP. Michael Jordan, a world-famous basketball player, was not a unanimous MVP too. Stephen Curry is an overwhelming player and a true star with all the voters voting for him. The reason why I respect Stephen Curry that he is a player who has made a great achievement in basketball, but he knows exactly what he wants, does his best to achieve it, and has been reborn as the best. As you know, even though it is very difficult for the person to break his habit, he even broke his bad habit. With that, I think you're not born great. However, I think you become great when you try. I always remember what Stephen Curry said. Stephen, be the best version of yourself in anything you do. You don't have to live anybody's story. Like Stephen Curry, I want to know exactly what I want, what I can do well. I want to be the best in my dream field. Thank you.
서준혁 from Lao Elementary School 6th graders. The title is Raju, a city with 4 beautiful pianos.
다음 50번 참가자 서준혁, 나온초등학교 6학년, 제목은 나주 A City with 4 Beautiful Citizens입니다. 서준혁 학생, 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
카메라 켜주세요.
네. 잠시만요.
준비되시면 안녕하세요 해주세요.
네. 안녕하세요.
네, 소리 좋습니다. 준비되시면 시작하시면 됩니다. Whenever you're ready.
빛가람동 Naju, which I saw for the first time 7 years ago, was a desolate place with dust flying and row after row of high-rise apartments. However, 빛가람동 has changed little by little over the years and has become a beautiful city in all its seasons. Spring is here. The cherry blossoms bloom as the winter pushed away. A time of beauty and life, but just a breath before the petals fall. They blow in the wind like snow and welcome us wherever our feet may go. The green leaves of the lake park shake and bow like dear old friends. It's a refreshingly warm breeze that greets us ride their bikes. And winter is erased from memory once again. In the summer, people seek out the cool of the early mornings to exercise outdoors. Like athletes, they train in unison, up and down, both fast and slow. In the afternoons, those of older years huddle in speech while in the shade. Their gaze is on youth and in memory of their own youthful days. Young children with sweat-laden hair run around as giggles ring out. It's the season for children, for memories, and for love. Autumn, which is colored with various beautiful and vibrant colors. Peaceful people who resemble the blue sky. Passionate people who resemble the red leaves. Creative people who resemble the yellow flowers. Green, purple, and brown represent all the cool people around me. 빛가람동, where people like individual colors gather. Together, they resemble a giant colorful maple tree. Winter is here once again. It's a beautiful city with each institution has gathered and shines like a stars in the frigid night sky. The people are like diamonds against a backdrop of beauty. They add even more to what is a city of beauty. The heartwarming, beautiful city of 빛가람동 Naju is my second home. Thank you.
That's number 51. 송지우 from Yanghan Elementary School. The title is My Dreams.
다음은 51번 참가자 송지우 양산초등학교 6학년 제목은 My Dreams입니다. 송지우 학생 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 지우 학생 목소리 조금만 더 크게 해볼까요?
안녕하세요.
네, 두 번째 목소리처럼 크게 발표해주겠습니다. Ready?
I, like many children my age, have had a tremendous number of things I want to be when I grow up. First, it was being a YouTube content creator, specifically a Minecraft one. I used to be really into Minecraft at around the age of 7. Everyone seemed to play Minecraft, and I guess I felt left out. I've never had a phone or a device of my own, so I never got to play a lot of video games. Year passed, I graduated from kindergarten and went on to elementary school. Right in the middle of my first year, my family had to move to this place called the UAE because of my dad's work. My second ever dream was being a cook or a chef. I kind of like cooking, but that dream didn't last long. As soon as I joined school, I was hooked to, guess what? Football or soccer. They called it football in my school. I always wanted to be a football player. I was pretty good at it, good enough to be in the football team in my grade. I've entered some football competitions and literally lost all the games. Just as I was getting better, my family had to move back to Korea. So yeah, that was the end of my football career. But obviously, I soon got hooked again to Pokemon cards. I mean, I didn't start collecting Pokemon cards in the United Arab Emirates. I already had a bit of a collection going on. I still collect Pokemon cards to this day, and that's why my fourth ever dream is still to be a Pokemon card collector. Thanks for listening. Bye.
Number 52, Oh Eun-seo from Community Elementary School. The title is A Great Person.
다음 52번 참가자 오은서 국누리초등학교 6학년 제목은 A Great Person입니다. 오은서 학생 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 목소리 크게 해서 준비되시면 발표하시면 됩니다. Whenever you're ready.
Hello, today I want to talk about the person I respect the most in the world, J.K. Rowling. Almost everyone knows that J.K. Rowling wrote Harry Potter and that she's very rich. There is much more that makes her an amazing person. When Rowling was a child, her life was not very good. Her mother was sick and her father wished Rowling was a boy. Also, her school teachers and other students were very scary. Sometimes students bullied her, so Rowling liked to read lots of books to escape her life. She was not a happy girl. Later, Rowling went to college and still had a very hard time. She was not the smartest student at the school, but tried very hard and became a good student. After college, Rowling did not have a good job and still had a very hard time. After college, Rowling did not have a good job and she married an unkind man. All of these bad things made Rowling think about writing a book. Her mother became very sick and she got a divorce from her husband. Rowling started to write Harry Potter because she wanted to write a story that made people happy. Harry Potter became a big success and she made a lot of money. So she helped people. She gave money to people who need help and everyone thought Rowling was a great person. I hope that one day I can do the same thing as J.K. Rowling. Thank you.
Contestant number 53, Yoo Hae-won from Pinuri Elementary School 6th graders. The title is The Wedding Song for a Teacher.
다음 53번 참가자 유혜원 국누리초등학교 6학년 제목은 The Wedding Song for a Teacher입니다. 유혜원 학생 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 목소리 크게 해서 발표해 주시면 됩니다. Whenever you're ready.
I am going to tell you about what happened recently in my life.
I was in the wedding anniversary of my teacher, and I was the one who was singing the blessing wedding song. Now I am going to talk about that moving moment to you guys. When I first heard about her wedding, I felt so happy as I was in the situation. So while I was thinking how I could congratulate her, I finally came up with the idea of gathering a group of my friends and decided to dance and sing. 4 of our members gathered and we started practicing 2 months before the wedding. Being a leader, I prepared the choreography and song. The dance practice was harder than I thought because the 4 of us had to move together to the music. The dance videos I used to watch on YouTube turned out to be actually more amazing. It's finally the day of the wedding. The wedding hall was full of lights and flowers. The moment I encountered the situation in the scene, my heart started to skip a beat. Thereafter, the wedding ceremony got started. The music I prepared started in front of the beautiful teacher. My voice echoed through the ceremony and showed everything we had prepared for 2 months. The last thing I remember was the loud applause and the teacher's words of thanks. Thank you for listening to my unforgettable 13-year-old story. Thank you.
Lesson 54, we from Community Elementary School. The title is 3 Places to Visit in Naju.
다음 54번 참가자 위예슬 금요초등학교 6학년 제목은 3 Places to Visit in 나주입니다. 위예슬 학생 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
예슬 학생 목소리 좀 더 크게 해볼까요?
네, 안녕하세요.
네, 이렇게 발표해 주시면 됩니다. Whenever you're ready.
The weather is great these days for a picnic with your family, and I found a good place to go in Naju. First, I would like to introduce the Naju Video Theme Park. The Naju Video Theme Park is a beautiful place that you must visit. There are tall mountains, cool rivers, and amazing buildings. The Naju Video Theme Park was built for television dramas and movies set in the Three Kingdom era of Korea. Many different shows and movies were filmed there, but the most famous are Jumong and 태왕사신기. I really think you should go here. Second, there is the Naju Forest Resource Center, which has a very pretty road. The name of the road is Mera Sequoia. There are lots of wild animals, fresh air, big plants, and insects. One time, I saw a cute squirrel. It is really nice to walk next to the water and look at the cherry trees. It is a nice place to go for a picnic with your family. And finally, the last place I think you should go is Hansudae. Hansudae is a reservoir surrounded by cherry trees. Every year, the cherry trees show their beautiful white flowers. And there are many good places to take pictures with your family. It is really nice. It is getting very famous because it is a great place to go working and have a picnic. I hope you will go 2 or 3 places I told you about. Have a nice time with your family. Thank you.
Moving on to contestant 55, 이가윤 from Hanaran Elementary School Sisters. The title is My Favorite City, Naju.
네, 다음은 55번 참가자 이가윤 하항초등학교 6학년 제목은 My Favorite City 나주입니다. 이가윤 학생 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 목소리 크게 해서 발표 부탁드릴게요. 가윤 학생 시작하시면 됩니다. Whenever you're ready.
Do you guys have favorite city? If you have, why do you guys like that city? My favorite city is Naju. There are 3 reasons why I like Naju. First, there is Street of Skate. Skate is very famous dish in my city, Naju. There are some people who like skate and who don't like skate. Anyway, I live in Naju since when I was a little child, so skate is familiar to me. Of course, I like to eat skate. If you never tried it before, I hope you can try skate someday. Second, in Naju, there is 빛가람 Lake Park. Lake Park is really good to take a walk in the afternoon or evening. You can see pretty lakes and flowers there. And when there was no COVID-19, singers came and performed. If COVID-19 disappears, we'll be able to watch the performance again. Lastly, there is roller skate rink. You can try even if you never liked it before, because there is a place for beginners, so at first I practiced skate there. I believe you will enjoy leading skate there too. Thank you for listening my speech. Bye-bye.
Contestant 56, 이현경 from 빈누리 Elementary School. The title is My Touching Moment.
네, 다음 참가자는 호수 유치원 이현경 빈누리초등학교 6학년, 제목은 My Touching Moment입니다. 이현경 학생 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
목소리 크게 해서 발표해 주세요. Whenever you're ready.
Do you have any memorable moments? I believe that every one of you have at least one memorable moment. One of my unforgettable moments is when I spend time with my friends. Of course, time with family is very remarkable, but I also think that spending time with friends is also important and fun. Because friend is a presence that I can rely on. I can talk everything about me, and that makes me feel relief. A few years ago, I went to a hotel with my friend. It was most thrilling and fun to me because it was my first time spending time with my precious friend. During the time, we played at Game Center, went to the water park, and ate barbecue. We played several games such as air hockey, basketball, baseball, and claw machine. The most impressive game was claw machine because it made us feel thrilled. We were afraid, but we didn't give up and eventually got one. That was an opportunity to know more about her. At first, I knew that she was a shy, quiet girl, but afterwards, I realized that she was energetic and funny. I still remember pushing each other towards the swimming pool and taking photos with her. In the swimming pool, we played with airball and tube, which helped us to not fall in the water. Also, I watched the movie Coco, and the movie was really impressive. Spending time with friends is exciting and important, especially when I played games. Eating barbecue and taking photos with her was the most memorable moment with my friends. I think having time with friends is exciting and interesting. That can't disappear in my memory. Thank you for listening to my speech, and I hope you can make a great moment with your friends. Bye-bye.
네, 57번으로 넘어가기 전에 여러분 많이 힘드실 텐데 얼마 안 남았습니다. 조금만 더 집중해 주셨으면 좋겠습니다. Alright, moving on to contestant 57, 임하린 from, okay, so contestant number 57 is unattended right now, so I'm pretty sure for today, so we'll just jump to 58. 57번 참가자는 오늘 오시지 않은 걸로 확인이 돼서 58번 참가자로 넘어가겠습니다. So keep in mind that 57 is not here today, is unattended, so we'll move on to 58. 자, contestant 넘어가겠습니다. Contestant 58, 정선재 from Laon Elementary School 6th graders. The title is Who I Admire.
58번 참가자 정선재, 라온초등학교 2학년, 제목은 Who I Admire입니다. 정선재 학생 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
목소리 좀 더 크게 해볼까요?
안녕하세요.
네, 두 번째보다 더 크게 하셔야 됩니다. 좀 더 크게 해서 발표 시작하세요.
Imagine if the clocks had never been invented, what would happen? I think I would be late for school every day and can't play with my friends because we wouldn't be able to plan a time to meet. So clocks are important. That made me wonder, who was our first inventor of clocks in Korean history? His name was Young Seol-jang, and I admire him for 3 reasons. First of all, he was creative. He invented lots of things such as the Angbu Ilgu. The Angbu Ilgu is a sundial. It's easy to use. You just look at the time the shadow of the needle is pointed to. It can also show you the weather. But its weakness is that if the weather is bad, then there will be no shadow. And no shadow means you can't tell the time. However, in sunny days, it can show you the time quite accurately. How did this affect the rise of Koreans then? In Joseon, most people farmed, so knowing the weather was important. But until the reign of King Sejong, Joseon used China's weather system. That was a problem. Joseon and China had similar weathers, but not same, so Joseon farmers can't harvest enough for them to eat. Knowing the weather saved lots of rice. Young Sejong saved lots of rice. Second, he had courage. He didn't give up easily even though he experienced a lot of failures. For example, Young Sejong invented a water clock named Gyeongjongjigi. It was passive, so if the person handling it dozed off, it wouldn't work. Its 2.0 version is the Jagyongru. Jagyongru is an automatic water clock, so it doesn't need a person to handle. And next, he had a positive attitude. He was afraid, so when he first came to the Paris, the other bakers didn't like him. But he didn't care and went to make lots of great inventions. I admire Young Sejong because he was creative, courageous, and has a positive attitude. Thank you.
Contestant 59, 정유수 student from Pinuri Elementary School 6th graders. The title is The Future is Unwritten.
59번 참가자 정유수, 빛누리초등학교 6학년, 제목은 The Future is Unwritten입니다. 정유수 학생, 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 소리 좋습니다. 이렇게 진행해 주시면 됩니다. Whenever you're ready.
Hi everyone. What do you think a dream is? I think it means a job that I want to be in the future. I will talk about my dream today. My dream is a medical doctor, especially a surgeon. A doctor is a job a lot of people want to become. I think many parents hope their children will be a doctor too. My parents have a different opinion. They wanted me to have another job because it seems it would be hard on me. But I have very fixed ideas on why to be a doctor. When I was 5 years old, I got to watch a TV show called Myungni by Transfer on EBS. It is a health information program where many medical specialists explain certain health problems and the way to reduce the risk. They were silently in poor conditions just to keep their patient alive. They were not only technology outstanding, but also had a great work ethic and a way to reduce the risk. They were not only technology outstanding, but also had a great work ethic and understood how they could do their jobs. That was the first time I wished to be a doctor. When I was 5 years old, I got to one of the most famous Dr. Lee Guk-jung is an expert on trauma surgery. From him, I learned every life matters. From him, I developed a passion for life. Also from him, I realized it's important to have the courage of the convictions. I really want to someone like him. No matter how hard it may be, I won't stop trying or achieve my dream. The future is unwritten. Thank you for listening to me.
Number 60, 정진기 student from Hana Elementary School 6th graders. The title is The Most Passionate Person.
다음 60번 참가자 정진희 하남초등학교 6학년 제목은 The Most Passionate Person입니다. 정진희 학생 안녕하세요. 정진희 학생 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 목소리 조금만 더 크게 해볼게요.
네.
네, 크게 해서 시작하시면 됩니다. Whenever you're ready.
Hello, everyone. Today, I'd like to talk about a person I admire, Vincent van Gogh. Do you know Vincent van Gogh? He was a Dutch painter who painted the Starry Night and vase with 12 sunflowers. He is one of the most loved painters in the world. When I saw the Starry Night and 12 sunflowers, I felt it was so beautiful and mysterious. I was curious about him. I expected him to be a beautiful and mysterious artist, just like his paintings, but he wasn't. I was really shocked when I saw his self-portrait. He was poor, and his paintings were not appreciated by the people of his time. He suffered from depression and psychosis for a long time. After his only friends left, the self-portrait event year was complete. I was sad for his tragic life. And I wondered if I could continue doing work that would not be recognized and would not make any money. Even if my friends left me, I thought he started for me. However, he didn't give up and continued to paint the beautiful pictures. I think the reason why his paintings have been loved for nearly 200 years is not only the beauty of the paintings, but also his strong heart. Looking at his life and painting, I think I live a passionate life in my work and never give up. Do you have someone you admire? I think having such a person is good for setting the direction in life. Thank you for your attention. Bye.
Contest number 61, 지승엽 from Pindori Elementary School, 6th graders. The title is My Dream.
다음 61번 참가자 지승엽 빛누리 초등학교 6학년 제목은 My Dream입니다. 지승엽 학생 안녕하세요. 지승엽 학생 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
승엽 학생 지금 너무 가까운데 조금만 뒤로 가서 진행해 줄 수 있을까요? 안녕하세요. 한 번 더 해볼게요.
안녕하세요.
조금만 뒤로 갈 수 있을까요? 얼굴 다 보이게.
안녕하세요 해봐. 안녕하세요 해봐.
안녕하세요.
네, 좋습니다. 목소리 크게 해서 진행하시면 될 것 같습니다. Whenever you're ready.
My dream is to be an animator. My dream was not the animator from the beginning. My first dream is I want to be a cartoonist. However, cartoonists thought it was simple, and I found out that my dream was an animator by watching hidden animations one by one. And after that, I had a dream to draw animations from then on. And I also like drawing, but as an animator, I have to draw with more people than drawing well. So communication and collaboration are the most important. And I have to have the ability to handle computers well. But being an animator is difficult. You have to learn more about ideas. A good story picture seems to be drawn when you're imaginative. Observe small things around you and know small changes around you. My favorite animator is Kim Jae-hyung from Pixar. He's the Korean uncle who is in charge of animation of the movie Inside Out. Working as a world-famous Pixar seems to be a wonderful thing. I want to work hard and be like Kim Jae-hyung. But still, there are many shortcomings. My computer skills are terrible, and I still have to draw more pictures, and I have to try to write interesting stories. These are the areas I have to still working on. I want to make a YouTube channel and with interesting stories and release the animation I made. Thank you.
All right, moving on to contestant 62, 최다은 from Community Elementary School, 6th graders. The title is Warming the World and Doing Something Fun.
다음은 62번 참가자 최다은, 국민리 초등학교 6학년, 제목은 Warming the World and Doing Something Fun입니다. 최다은 학생, 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 목소리 좋습니다. 시작해주세요.
Hi, I'm you 10 years ago. I'm still in elementary school. I like animals very much now, so I raised insects, fish, turtles, hedgehogs, and hamsters. And my mom also allowed me to adopt a rabbit. But I wonder if she really kept her promise. I play the guitar when I'm bored. My teacher told me that I could play the song Lucky soon. I'm so excited. I also wonder if you can play the song. I think I can play it, right? I think 10 years from now will be very different. If you look on the internet, cars move by themselves. They say there will be always a robot next to us that helps us. Even now, the world is changing so fast that I don't think it's all good. People are always fighting and comparing with each other. I don't think people's hearts will be warmer even if technology advances. I like animals, so I want to be an animal trainer. An animal trainer who really loves animals, not just a job. Wouldn't it be to create an interesting world where animals and people live together? And I think it could make the world warmer. I'd like to ask you a favorite 10 years from now when you are becoming an adult. My parents told me that warming the world and doing something fun are the coolest things. I hope you found the best things in 10 years and cheer me on 10 years ago. Then I think I'll be a better me in 10 years. Thank you.
To contestant 63, 최준환 from Laon Elementary School. The title is Precious Heritage of Naju.
63번 참가자 최준환, 라온 초등학교 6학년, 제목은 Heritage of 나주입니다. 최준환 학생, 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 목소리 크게 해서 시작하시면 됩니다.
Hello everyone, I'm Junwon Choi. I'm in the 6th grade of Laon Elementary School. I'm very honored to be here. Today, we'll talk about some of the precious heritage of Naju. Naju is a very old city with a history that is very important to Korea. There are many sites around the city that make me think about my ancestors and their traditions. These traditions are a part of my everyday, my life and make me proud to live in the wonderful city of Naju. There are also several other interesting areas around Naju, like the Wansacheon. It is famous spring related to Wangon, the founder of the Goryeo dynasty. Spring doesn't go dry, even during severe drought. Also, there is the Gumseongwan, that is the guest house of Najumok during the Joseon dynasty. It is also provincial royal residence that contained the Jeonpe and Gokpe, the tablets that represented the king. The old Naju station is famous for the beginning place of the student independence movement of Gwangju, one of the biggest independence movements against Japan. So I hope more people will visit Naju to see cultural heritage. Finally, it's important to pass on this cultural heritage to all the people that come to this wonderful area. Thank you for listening.
For Han-Soo from 빛가람 Elementary School 6th graders. The title is My Dream.
다음은 64번 참가자 한효주, 빛가람 초등학교 6학년, 제목은 My Dream입니다. 한효주 학생, 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
그래서 좀 더 크게 말해볼까요?
안녕하세요.
좀 더 가까이 오시거나 크게 말해주세요.
네.
한 번 더 안녕하세요 해볼까요?
안녕하세요.
학생 지금 저희가 학생이 화면이 크게 잡힐 만큼 목소리가 크지 않거든요. 목소리 크게 한 번만 더 부탁드릴게요.
안녕하세요.
네. Are you okay with that? Okay. 들리시죠 다들? Okay. 네. 좀 목소리 크게 해서 잊지 말고 목소리 크게 해서 진행해 주세요. Whenever you're ready.
Hello, my name is Han Hyo-ju. I am 13 years old and I go to 빛가람 Elementary School. Have you had many dreams when you were younger? I am here to tell you about my dream. My dream is to be a fashion designer. Ever since I was young, I have loved drawing, making things, and I had an interest in clothing styles. However, I wasn't interested in being a fashion designer till I was 8 years old. But I've got compliments from friends, family, and people around me for being dressed well. I wanted to be a fashion designer. Through my clothing designs, I'd love for people to connect with each other through their similarities in fashion. I hope my clothes can make people happy. In my free time, I love to draw. In my free time, sometimes I draw about clothes, and I even know that I am not good at it now, but I'll do my best to make my dream come true. I hope you enjoyed listening to me talking about my dream. Thank you very much.
Contestant 65, 황연준 from 빛가람 Elementary School. The title is The People Whom I Respect.
다음 15번 참가자 황연준, 빛가람초등학교 6학년. 제목은 The People Whom I Respect입니다. 황현준 학생, 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
황연준 학생, 목소리 크게 해서 발표 부탁드릴게요.
네. Hello. Today I am going to talk about the person I respect.
잠시만요. 제가 그거 하울링 얘기거든요. 제가 하울링 몇 번 말씀드렸는데 주변에 다른 기기가 있으면 안 됩니다. 요에 접속해 다른 기기가 있으면 안 됩니다. 발표하시는 분 기기 하나만 놓고 나머지는 다 나가주셔야 됩니다. 그렇게 하시고 한 번 더 보고 안 되면 다음으로 넘어가겠습니다. 연준 학생 한 번만 더 체크해서 안녕하세요 부탁드릴게요.
안녕하세요. 이제
없죠? 네. 다시 준비되시면 다시 시작하시면 됩니다. 앞에 거는 신청에 들어가지 않으니 걱정하지 않으셔도 됩니다. 연준 학생 준비되셨으면 시작해주세요.
Hello. Today I am going to talk about the person I respect. Do you guys have a person you respect? If you have, why do you respect the person? Let me introduce two people whom I respect. The first person I respect is Admiral Lee Sun-shin. He invented the famed turtle ship and developed the crane wing. He also used strategic Hagikjin to win the Japanese invasion of Korea in 1952. And he also ordered to his army not to tell his debts, not to lose their confidence. It is a famous saying, do not let our enemy know about my debts. I want to be like King. I respect him because he never gave up and he is brave man. Next person I respect is King Sejong. He invented Hangul, the most scientific language. He loved books since he was a child, so his eyesight got bad. When he finished to make Hangul, he almost lost his eyesight. I want to be like King Sejong, who is considerate and devoted to everyone. And I will help people around me by following the strengths of great people I like. And I will have courage and be responsible for anything. Thank you for listening my speech. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Contestant 66, 황호준 빛가람 Elementary School Sixth Graders. The title is Why I Want to Be a Table Tennis Player.
다음 66번 참가자 황호준 빛가람초등학교 6학년 제목은 Why I Want to Be a Table Tennis Player입니다. 황호준 학생 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
여기도 하울링이 생깁니다. 다른 기기가 옆에 있는 게 있다면 나가주시고 하는 기기만 남겨주세요. 황호준 학생 다시 한번 안녕하세요 해볼게요.
안녕하세요.
네, 괜찮은 것 같습니다. 준비되셨으면 발표 시작해 주세요.
Hello. Today I'm going to talk about my dream. Do you guys have a dream? I want to be a table tennis player because I like to play table tennis. Table tennis has many advantages. First, table tennis is good for our sight. When we play table tennis, we move eyes a lot to attack or serve. Through moving eyes, our eyesight can be better. Second, we can play table tennis in all seasons. Table tennis is an indoor sport, so we can play it on a rainy day and snowy day. Finally, table tennis is aerobic exercise. It can help us develop our physical strength. It can bring us in adequate oxygen when we play table tennis. And it keeps us healthy and our heads clear. Besides these reasons, the reason why I like table tennis is that it makes me feel good. Playing table tennis relieves fatigue and relieves stress from the day. It also gives me the pleasure of victory. Sometimes I win and sometimes I lose. When I lose, I feel sad, but at the same time, I decide to try again to win. Achieving victory through trying gives me a sense of accomplishment. So regardless of whether I win or lose, I keep playing ping pong. For these reasons, I love to play ping pong and I want to be a table tennis player. I hope you guys get interested in table tennis by my speech. If you have chance, please give it a try. Thank you.
지금 66번까지 끝났는데요. 아까 44번 강유 학생이 기술적인 문제가 있어서 하지 못했습니다. So that was a wrap for the sixth graders, but contestant 44 wasn't able to give it a speech because there was some technical difficulties. So we'll go back to the student and then see if this person is ready. 44번 김강유 학생 오셨습니까? 한번 확인해 주세요. 마지막 확인하고 오시지 않으셨으면
안녕하세요.
네, 김강유 학생. 네, alright. 소개부터 하겠습니다. Contestant 44, 김강유 from 빛가람 Elementary School Sixth Graders. The title is My City, 나주. 마지막 학생입니다. 김강유 학생. 안녕하세요. 한번 해볼게요.
안녕하세요.
네, 목소리 크게 해서 발표 부탁드릴게요.
When I was 5, my family moved into Naju and started to live here. Actually, I didn't have many friends here, so I spent time alone. But now there are so many houses and a lot of friends. So I like my city Naju and they are my favorite places. Let me introduce the places to you guys. In Naju, there is 빛가람 Library. It is one of my favorite places. I like to spend my time reading some books there. When I stay there, I lose track of time. 빛가람 Lake Park is also my favorite places. Every season, I can see beautiful scenery at the park. The place is full of flowers and a lot of people are there. Therefore, I love walking the park with my family. Lastly, playground is my favorite spot in my city. In front of my house, there is a playground. At the playground, I get along with my friends. We usually play hide and seek and tag. Where is your favorite city and why? I love my city Naju because they are my favorite places. I hope you can visit 빛가람 Library, 빛가람 Lake Park, and playground someday. All of them my favorite places, and I believe you'll like there too.
Thank you for listening my listening speech. Bye bye. Thank you.
모든 발표가 끝났습니다. 발표가 끝났습니다. 하지만 나가시면 안 됩니다. 지금 밖에 쉬고 계시는 분들도 카메라 다시 다 켜주시기 바랍니다. 네, 마무리하겠습니다. 제가 줌을 나가셔도 됩니다라고 하기 전까지 나가시면 안 됩니다. 네, 마무리해 보겠습니다. Alright, that wraps up the elementary side of the very first English contest in Naju. Now, all the judges will seal their score sheet and will announce the winners on the 27th of May.
네, 이로써 제1회 나주 영어말하기대회 초등부 모든 발표가 마무리되었습니다. 모든 심사위원들의 심사표는 심사가 끝남에 따라 공인한 뒤 다음 주 금요일인 5월 27일에 입상자분들을 공지할 예정입니다.
네, 그리고 한마디 덧붙이자면 앞서 설명드렸던 것처럼 5분 심사위원 중에서 최고점과 최저점을 빼서 나머지 중간 3분의 점수를 합산을 해서 평균을 낸 값이 여러분들의 심사 점수입니다. 참가자 여러분들 그리고 옆에서 많은 도움을 주셨을 보호자분들도 모두 수고하셨습니다. Before we leave, let's give a round of applause for each one of you who did their best today.
저희 마치기 전에 수고하신 모든 분들을 위해 박수 한번 치고 마무리하겠습니다.
네, 그리고 저는 오늘 제 사회자 조예지.
저는 최진우였습니다.
네, 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
네, 이제 줌을 나가셔도 좋습니다. 수고하셨습니다.
사진 하나 찍으시니까 다 바쁘시니까 그리고 얼른 밥 먹어야 돼요.
네, 여러분들 이제 조금 이따가 2시부터 시작을 할 텐데 지금 들어오신 분들 중에서 이름을 조금 잘못 적어주신 분들이 계세요. 임서윤 분부터 임서윤하고 가로가 아니고 다른 분들 보시면 보이겠지만 슬래시라고 하죠. 이렇게 생긴 거를 임서윤 슬래시 뭐 어디 중 슬래시 뭐 어떤 몇 학년 이렇게 적어주시기 바랍니다. 채은 학생도 바꿔주시고 임서윤 학생도 바꿔주시고 조금 이따가 다른 참가자들 들어오는 거 보고 시작하겠습니다. 2시부터 시작하겠습니다. 그리고 공지해놨을 때 처음 공지에는 2시부터 6시까지라고 돼 있는데 중등부, 고등부 합해서 20명 조금 20명 정도가 되기 때문에 6시까지는 진행되지 않을 것 같습니다. 한 2시간 안에는 다 끝날 거로 예상됩니다, 여러분들. 네. 들어오시는 분들 이름 잘 체크해서 들어와 주시고 55분쯤에는 모두 카메라를 켜 주시기 바랍니다. 인사 부탁드립니다.
준비했습니다.
네, 여러분들 안녕하세요. 곧 이제 2시부터 시작을 할 건데 지금 다 카메라 켜주시길 바랍니다. 카메라 다 켜주세요. 그리고 2시까지 들어오는 걸 조금 보고 진행을 할 텐데 그래도 여기 저랑 하면 다 뜨거워요. 네, 곧 이제 시작을 할 텐데 그 전에 앞서서 주의사항 몇 개 알려드리겠습니다. 리허설 때 안 오신 분들을 위해서 간략하게 설명해드리겠습니다. 여러분들 3분이시잖아요, 그렇죠? 3분. 여러분 저 들리면 오케이 한 번만 해주세요. 잘 들리시나요? 오케이, 잘 들리시나요? 네. 여러분들 3분입니다. 중고등학생 부분에서는. 그래서 한 15초에서 20초 정도가 남았을 때, 그러니까 2분 40초에서 2분 45초 정도가 되었을 때, 남았을 때, 이 소리를 울릴 거예요. 그렇게 되면은 15초에서 20초 정도 남았다라는 소리입니다. 여러분들 이 소리 듣고도 너무 당황하지 마시고, 제가 이 소리를 들으면 너무 당황하시는 분들이 있어요. 나 시간 얼마 안 남았네. 얘기할 거 되게 많은데 당황하지 마세요. 오차 시간 있습니다. 그러니까 조금 3분에서 넘어가거나 3분이 안 돼도 괜찮아요. 그렇기 때문에 이 소리 들어도 너무 당황하지 마시고 그냥 자신 페이스대로 이렇게 가시면 됩니다. 지금 들어오신 분들도 몇 분 계시는데요. 카메라 다 켜주십시오. 지금 들어오시는 분들. 박순동 학생도 이름 제대로 붙여주세요. 이름, 학교, 학년이 다 들어가 있어야 됩니다. 박순동 학생도 카메라와 오디오 다 켜주세요. 네, 다시 한번 말할게요. 15초에서 20초 정도가 남았을 때 땡소리 알려드릴 겁니다. 그리고 자기소개 할 필요 없습니다. 이름, my name is 뭐뭐뭐, I go to middle school, high school, I am 14 years old, 15 years old 이렇게 얘기할 필요 없습니다. 그리고 제목도 얘기할 필요 없습니다, 여러분. the title is 얘기할 필요 없습니다. 사회자님이 다 소개하실 겁니다. 그리고 여러분들 하기 전에 여러분들은 지금 스스로 음소거를 할 수 없어요. 스스로 음소거를 할 수 없는 상태이기 때문에 여러분 차례가 오면은 음소거 해내 요청을 전해드릴 거예요. 그러면 수락한 다음에 이제 말을 하면 됩니다. 혹시 진행하기 전에 나는 진짜 꼭 물어봐야겠다. 질문 있으신 분들? 나 이거 진짜 꼭 물어보고 해야 될 것 같아요. 질문 있으신 분들? 없으시죠? 여러분들 하나 기억하시면 됩니다. 15초, 20초 남았을 때 울리는 소리입니다. 당황하지 마십시오. 한 2분, 3분 정도 있다가 시작하도록 하겠습니다.
이제 그냥 인사하고.
네네. 좀 이따가 시작할게요. 수고하셨어요.
음소거 해제하겠습니다.
네. 여러분들 카메라 다 켜주십시오. 지금 들어오신 분들도 카메라 다 켜주십시오.
선생님 패턴 1, 2, 5.
네. 잠시만요. 카메라 다 켜주세요. 카메라 다 켜주세요. 그런데 이제 들어온 친구들이 있어서 한 번 더 확인해 드릴게요. 2분 40초 정도가 되었을 때 총 한 번 눌러주세요. 소리 들리죠? 소리 들리면 오케이 해주세요. 종소리 다 들리셨죠? 2분 40초 남았을 때 나는 소리, 2분 40초 정도가 됐을 때 나는 소리입니다. 20초 정도 남았을 때. 그러면 20초 정도가 남았구나 아시면 됩니다. 자, 이제 2시가 넘었으므로 시작하겠습니다. 네, 저희 본선 시작하기 앞서서 저희 나주 주민자치회 회장님 최일주 회장님의 인사말 먼저 읽겠습니다. 박수 쳐주세요.
네, 안녕하세요. 예, 반갑습니다. 안녕하세요. 나주시 빛가람동 자치회장 최길주입니다. 제1회 나주 빛가람동 초중고 영어 말하기 대회에 많은 학생들이 관심을 갖고 참가해 주셔서 감사와 함께 환영을 표합니다. 이번 대회는 우리 빛가람동 총회 사업입니다. 전국 최초의 마을 사업이기도 하고요. 이 대회를 통하여 여러분들께서 기회장이 되고 글로벌 인재로 성장하는 요람이 되기를 기대해 봅니다. 아무쪼록 여러분들께서 대회 참가에 많은 노력과 준비를 한 만큼 좋은 성과를 있기 바랍니다. 감사합니다.
네, 감사합니다. 이제 시간이 되었으니 제1회 나주 빛가람동 초중고 영어 말하기 대회를 시작해 보겠습니다. 여기는 지금 중고등부 발표입니다. 우선 시작하겠습니다. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the very first 나주 빛가람동 Elementary, Middle, and High School English Speech Contest.
여러분 안녕하십니까. 제1회 나주 빛가람동 초중고 영어 말하기 대회에 참가하신 것을 환영합니다.
I'm 조예지, and this is 최진우, and we'll be your host for the day.
저는 이번 사회를 맡게 된 최진우 그리고 조예지입니다.
Before we begin, we would like to inform you a couple of things to keep in mind.
본 대회를 앞서 몇 가지 주의사항에 대해서 말씀드리겠습니다.
First, you do not have to introduce yourself nor the title.
자기소개나 제목을 말할 필요가 없이 준비가 되시면 본문부터 바로 시작하시면 됩니다.
Second, before you start the speech, don't forget to make sure that you're unmuted from the system.
발표를 시작하기 전에 음소거 해제가 되어 있는지 한번 확인해 주시기 바랍니다.
Third, the time count will start whenever you say or speak the very first word.
첫 마디를 내뱉는 순간 1초가 시작됩니다.
Fourth is that if you need to leave for any circumstances, make sure to recheck the order so when your turn is to speak. And then make sure to turn off your camera and double check your mic settings. And if your absence get longer than 15 minutes, please let the committee know that where you are and when you'll be back.
만약 대회 중 자리를 비워야 한다면 본인의 순서를 다시 한번 확인하시고 카메라를 끄신 후 음소거 상태 또한 확인해 주시기 바랍니다. 그리고 만약 15분 이상 자리를 비워야 한다면 주최 측에 꼭 알려주시기 바랍니다.
Fifth is that make sure to say thank you at the end of your speech.
마지막으로 발표 마지막에는 잊지 말고 thank you라고 꼭 말해 주십시오.
And last but not least, don't get nervous and good luck.
네, 긴장하지 마시고 즐기시길 바랍니다.
And now let's begin the very first 나주 빛가람동 Elementary, Middle, and High School English Speech Contest.
그럼 지금부터 제1회 빛가람동 초중고 영어 말하기 대회를 시작하겠습니다.
Okay, we'll start from the youngest and go up. So we'll start from the first middle school first graders and up to high school. So the first contestant of the middle school would be contestant number 1, Kang Koo-hun, but we were just informed that he's unattending today. So number 1, we'll go ahead and skip to number 2. So contestant number 2, Kim Si-yeon from 빛가람 Middle School, first grader. The title is Global Leaders Qualification.
참가자 2번 김시연 빛가람 중학교 1학년 제목은 Global Leaders Qualification입니다. 김시연 학생 안녕하세요.
Good afternoon, everyone. First, I think the global leaders qualification is having overseas experience, because by having overseas experience, they could have open mind. Therefore, they can understand other people and culture. Through this understanding, they could obtain the best opinion without any prejudice. This is important because leaders need to accept the ideas from one to another even if someone doesn't agree. Second, I think that global leaders need to be interested in environmental issues because nowadays the environmental problems are really serious. A lot of animals are losing their habitats and some animals are even in danger. This is a big problem because it frightens not only animals but also humans because we are connected in a food chain. So if we keep destroying the environment, we will lose our place to live. And we have to teach the past to preserve environment to our next generation. But if leader is interested in this problem, they'll work on this and it will help recovering the environment much faster. Third, leaders should be altruistic. If leader is selfish, they could make wrong decision for only oneself. Worst, they could make someone or something sacrifice for one's good. Leader is a person not for themselves but for the whole society. So they should be able to sacrifice themselves and work for their citizens. Last, they they should be understanding and respecting other countries' culture. If global leader represents all the countries in the world, so they can affect many countries easily. If leader works with their personal emotions or thoughts by misunderstanding or disrespecting other countries, war could be happen and citizens in other countries hate each other by thinking that they are treated unequally. To sum up, global leaders' qualifications are having overseas experience, being interested in environmental issues, being altruistic, and understanding and respecting other countries' culture. I'm very glad to participate. Thank you for listening to my speech. Thank you.
저희 3번으로 넘어가기 전에 소개를 하고 안녕하세요라고 하면은 안녕하세요라고 먼저 얘기를 좀 해주세요. 그래서 음향 체크를 먼저 하고 말이 잘 나오는지 먼저 하고 저희가 준비되시면 말씀해주세요라고 얘기를 하면 그때 발표를 시작하시면 됩니다. Alright, moving on. Contestant number 3, Kim Ji-an from Naesang Middle School first year. The title is Introducing Korea's History.
다음으로 참가자 3번 김지안. 내성중학교 1학년 제목은 Introducing Korean History입니다. 김지안 학생 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
소리가 좀 작게 들리는데 더 한번 크게 안녕하세요라고 말해줄 수 있겠나요?
안녕하세요.
제 학교 조금 작거든요. 그래도 한 번만 더 크게 해볼게요. 최대한 크게.
네.
네, 한 번만 더 안녕하세요 해볼게요.
안녕하세요.
네. 네, 발표할 때도 잊지 말고 조금 목소리 크게 해서 발표 부탁드릴게요. 되셨으면 시작하시면 됩니다. Whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today I'm going to introduce you about the history of Korea. South Korea is a country located on the Korean Peninsula at the eastern end of Asia, and its capital is Seoul. Joseon, the first nation on the Korean Peninsula, was founded Joseon, the first nation on the Korean Peninsula, was founded by Dangun Wanggeom and exists until 108 BC. According to Dangun mythology, Dangun Wanggeom was the son of Umnya and Hwanung and ruled the country for 2,000 years. Did Dangun Wanggeom really rule the country for 2,000 years? Many historians assume that the descendants of Dangun ruled Joseon under the name of Dangun's sword. Joseon was destroyed, and the Three Kingdoms period of Goguryeo, Baekje, and Silla were entered. Goguryeo, Baekje, and Silla each had their own heyday. What do these three countries have in common during their heyday is the Han River Basin. Baekje's heyday was 1st century King Guncheol. Goguryeo's heyday was 5th century King Gwanggaeto and King Jangsu. Silla's heyday was 6th century King Jinung.
In this heyday, all three countries occupied the Han River Basin. Isn't it amazing? In the Middle Ages, Korea was built by Wangon. Korea was a country that actively engaged in exchanges with foreign countries, and Joseon was built by Lee Seong-gae. During the Joseon dynasty, there was King Sejong the Great, the creator of Hangul. In modern times, Korea went through Japanese colonial era, and after World War II, the Korean peninsula was divided under the supervision of the United States and Soviet Union, and the Republic of Korea was established in 1948. Then the Korean War broke out, and now it shatters, and it still remains a divided country from south to north. However, as a result, Koreans are sometimes most afraid of war. However, more than 70 years have passed since the ceasefire, and the number of people who become indifferent gradually increases, which is scary on the one hand. I hope my country could be one like before the war between North Korea. So far, I have introduced the history of Korea. With my presentation, I hope you will be interested in Korean history and unification. Thank you.
All right, moving on to contestant number 4, Kim Ha-young from Naesan Middle School first grader. The title is The Flower of the Magic, Kim Ha-young.
다음으로 참가자 4번 김화령, 매성중학교 1학년, 제목은 The Flower of Magic, 김화령입니다. 김화령 학생, 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 목소리 조금만 더 크게 한 번만 더 안녕하세요 해볼게요.
안녕하세요.
네, 두 번째 같은 목소리로 좀 크게 잘 수업 부탁드릴게요. Whenever you're ready.
Hello. Today I will talk about my dream. I had many dreams before, such as a painter, a cartoonist, a teacher, and so on. But now I have a new dream. Magician. I want to be a magician. One day I read an interesting picture book called The Man Who Walked Between the Towers. The book is about Philippe Petit, who is a French high wire artist. He walked between the twin towers of the Notre Dame Cathedral in 1971. He gained fame for his high wire walk between the twin towers of the World Trade Center in New York City in 1974. The real story was made into a movie called The Walk in 2015. When I read the book, I was so nervous, but yet I applauded his courage. I felt that his performance was like magic. I like the magician Choi Yun-no too. His card magic is always amazing and impressive. Every time I watch his magic, I'm so amazed. So I started to be interested in magic and decided to become a magician. There are two main types of magic, the illusion magic and the closet magic. The illusion magic is also called stage magic. It is performed for large audience in the theater or auditorium. It needs large-scale performance. It is big and expensive. Magicians sometimes let the audience participate. The closet magic is performed with the audience close to the magician. Sometimes it is one-on-one. It can be performed on the street, at the restaurant, or school. They just need a table and small items such as cards, coins, and rings. There are so many kinds of magic. I like card magic the most because it looks awesome. I think magic can take people to the fantasy world. I'm most satisfied surprising the audience with my magic. It makes me continue learning other new magic. I think passion, patience, and confidence are the most important things to be a magician. I'll try my best to be a magician.
Thank you for listening to my speech. Have a nice day. Thank you.
Right, moving on to contestant number 5 from middle school. Contestant number 5, 박지환 from Kumcheon Middle School, first grader. The title is My Dream Historian for Korea.
참가자 5번 박지환 금천중학교 1학년 제목은 My Dream Historian for Korea입니다. 박지환 학생 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 좋습니다. 준비되셨으면은 시작하시면 됩니다. Whenever you're ready.
I've been thinking about what I want to be in the future as I changes my mind at times. There are so many things I want to do when I grow up. After dinner, my family usually sit together watching news or documentaries. So I'm interested in economy, society, and history. With historical media, I can experience the event in directly find locations and the answers myself all together. One day, Son Mi-seok, the history teacher, appeared on TV lecturing about Korean history. I already know history, but Mr. So told the same story in a funny and easy way. I could not help falling in love with his lectures. When watching his lectures, I wanted to learn more about Korean history. How we could make many pieces of stories into one wonderful movie. From the start, history interested me. So I read many history books and searched for history lectures by other history teachers like Son Mi-seok. When I was in 3rd grade of elementary school, my mother suggested the Korean history exam for beginners. The more I learned about history for the test, the more frustrated I got. The test is not just stories about history. It was too much for me. I wanted to give up the test. Away from my desk, I traveled to historical sites of Korea like Buyeok, Gungju, and Jeju and found the stories' roots, increasing my historical knowledge. The travel showed me what I want to do in my future. My history travels were thrilling and exciting. I took courage from the travels and tried the Korean history exam again. This time wasn't as difficult as before. I got the beginner and middle qualifications in 3rd and 4th grade respectively. I feel like I can overcome whenever I run into any kind of difficulties. This small achievement gave me tremendous happiness and wonderful experience. Now, I'm thinking of studying and researching Korean history and telling it to many people who don't know exactly what happened in the past. A history teacher or historian, which way is best? I want to help many others who want to know or do not know the history of Korea and the world, since I'm also interested in world history, including words these days. By the way, isn't it really annoying and hard for you when you make a mistake? Me too. However, mistakes are a great tool to notice what is wrong and what needs to be fixed. The mistake could be history. We could notice what is wrong and what needs to be fixed through studying the past. You may have heard the say, there's no future for people who have forgotten history. This attractive study, history is a part of my job to tell not only Koreans, but also to the world. I will try to make my dreams come true with my best effort. Don't forget, nothing can be accomplished without hard work. Thank you.
All right, moving on to contestant number 6. 이호경 from Maesong Middle School, 1st grader. Actually, we just got the notice that contestant number 6, 이호경, is unattended today. So we'll pass on. 저 6번 이호경 학생은 오늘 참가하지 않았다고 얘기 전에 들었습니다. 그래서 다음 번호인 7번으로 넘어가겠습니다. 소개해드리겠습니다. Moving on, contestant number 7, 이영채 from Kumcheon Middle School, 1st grader. The title is My Dream Cardiac Surgeon.
다음 참가자 7번 이영채 금천중학교 1학년 제목은 My Dream Cardiac Surgeon입니다. 이영채 학생 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
목소리 크게 한 번만 더 해볼게요. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 좋습니다. 이대로 발표 시작하시면 됩니다.
Hello, I would like to talk about my dream to become a doctor. However, I don't just want to be any doctor. I would like to become a cardiothoracic surgeon. This type of surgeon diagnoses problems with the heart, then treats patients with surgeries that are very difficult. I learned about cardiothoracic surgery by watching a drama whose main character was this type of doctor. At first, the main character was scared to do the surgeries, but she overcame her fear to save someone's life. This scene inspired me to learn more about becoming a doctor because I want to help people to live longer and happy lives. Honestly, the reason I want to be a doctor is because being a doctor gives you several advantages in South Korea. First, doctors are respected in their communities. Wherever a doctor goes, they are treated with respect, which is something I will love. Second, I just want to help people. Doctors exist to help people to stay alive longer, which is the greatest thing you can ever do for someone. However, there are some bad news for the hospitals in South Korea. Nowadays, there are not many cardiothoracic surgeons in South Korea. One of the most famous hospitals in Seoul, Severance Hospital, has only 4 cardiothoracic surgeons to do all the surgeries, but that is not enough. I fear that there will not be enough doctors to do her surgeries and save people's lives. So, it is my dream to become a cardiothoracic surgeon, develop better techniques, and save my fellow Koreans' lives. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my dream. Thank you.
Before we move on, 제가 넘어가기 전에 안내 말씀 하나만 더 드릴게요. 자기 발표가 끝났다고 나가시면 안 됩니다, 여러분. 고등부까지 끝날 때까지 자리를 지켜주세요. 혹시 너무 힘들거나 이렇게 너무 조금 화장실에 가고 싶거나 하면은 카메라를 끄고 잠깐 다음에 오셔도 괜찮습니다. 그리고 대회가 전부 다 끝나고 가서 저희 사회자분들이 이제 나가셔도 됩니다라고 얘기할 때까지 나가시면 안 됩니다, 여러분. 아시겠죠? 네, 넘어가 보겠습니다. Contestant number 8. 이온 빛가람, middle school first grader. The title is My Dream, a Zookeeper and Cafe Owner for Abandoned Animals.
다음으로 참가자 8번 이온 빛가람 초등학교 1학년. 제목은 My Dream, a Zookeeper, Cafe Owner for Abandoned Animals입니다. 이온 학생 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
좀 더 크게 한번 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
한 번만 더 해주세요.
더 크게 한번 해볼까요?
안녕하세요.
네, 큰 목소리로 방금 한 것처럼 발표해 주시면 될 것 같습니다. Whenever you're ready.
Today, I'd like to tell you about my dream job. I hope to be a zookeeper when I grow up. When I was a little girl, I visited the zoo with my family, looking at many different animals with curiosity at that time. I started to have an interest in animals. Since then, I have always liked animals. Whenever my family has a pet, I become the person in charge of taking care of the pet. I do most of the jobs, such as feeding and washing the pets and cleaning the potty. I even feed and look after stray cats in my neighborhood when I see them. I got to have this zookeeper dream when I watched a YouTube channel one day. In the video, the animals at the zoo were so cute, so the idea that I wanted to take care of such animals grew inside me. I like all animals, especially small ones. When I become a zookeeper, I want to look after any kinds of small-sized animals, or lions and pandas will be good too. I have another dream related to animals. It is to run a cafe for abandoned animals. These days, many people raise pets with them. However, they abandon them easily when they cannot help them or get tired of them. Plus, there are illegal places like dog farms. Owners of the dog farms take street dogs from the streets and neglect them in horrible conditions. Those dogs are always locked in small dog cages and sold for money or killed for meat. The dogs are not being treated properly. I feel sorry for those animals. I want to fix this problem and make a better place for them. My cafe will be a place for both people and animals to share time and have fun together. To achieve both of my dreams, I need to be knowledgeable about the animals themselves and the related fields. To start with, I am learning how to interact with and understand how animals feel. I am getting to know those things by watching video or searching for various information on the internet. I will keep studying hard to be the right person for my dreams. I also need to be physically strong to care and deal with animals. I will eat well and exercise regularly to stay healthy from now on. With all my heart, I hope my dream will come true someday. Thank you for listening.
All right, moving on to contestant number 9, Lee Ji-eun from Daesan Middle School, first grader. The title is Environmental Pollution and How to Solve It.
다음 참가자 9번 이지은 대성중학교 1학년. 제목은 Environmental Pollution and How to Solve It. 이지은 학생, 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 안녕하세요. 한 번만 더 해보실래요?
안녕하세요.
네, 좋습니다. 이렇게 큰 목소리로 자신감 있게 발표해 될 것 같습니다. 네, whenever you're ready.
What is the biggest problem in our town? Our town, famous for its lake park, is so beautiful a place that everyone, especially children, loves it. However, there is only one problem. As any people in 빛가람동 know, it is the SRF issue. Why did my friends next to me live this livable area? Why did people gather for demonstration? Through this situation, I have become interested in the serious issues of environmental pollution. That's why I choose this topic in this competition. Not only in our town, but in other cities, in countries, or in the world, environmental pollution haunts people. Unfortunately, many people around me, even my friends and family, don't seem to be conscious of this problem. Most of all, we should think seriously about it. Our surrounding situation is getting worse. Over the past 2 years, we have consumed a lot of disposable products due to the virus called COVID-19. The amount of discarded masks is over 800 million around the world, and the amount of plastic waste rises more than 30% in just 1 year in Korea. There was even a garbage island off the coast of Jeju Island. Greta Thunberg, a Swedish environmentalist, is one of the most famous environmentalists. Though she's just my age, she's a true activist, practicing the spirit that it's now or never. Paul Shakespeare, an English actor, said, "As one person, I cannot change the world, but I can change the world of one person." Greta has done the same. Everyone praises the girl for what she has done. Just one person can change the world all. Still, some companies are trying to change their policy. Starbucks eliminate plastic straws and use paper ones. It was unfamiliar to everyone at first, but it is only a matter of time. We're also seeing plastic has disappeared in many stores. Cities are changing too. On Earth Day, the event of Earth Hour is held annually, encouraging people to turn off non-essential electric lights for 1 hour to reduce carbon emissions. If you watch the news, you will see wonderful scenes of turning lights in various places such as Gyeongbokgung Palace, National Assembly, and Seoul Tower. We should change ourselves gradually too. We need to care about what's happening on our environment. We must realize our oceans are clogged with plastic, our air is polluted, and our forests are disappearing. And we must find another way. Do something, a little thing. It is impossible to prevent environmental pollution because it's already in progress, but we can control and reduce environmental pollution. Not leaving the bike attended, properly separating garbage, and using personal water cups. There are all ways to reduce environmental pollution. Change or die. Which way will you choose? Thank you.
job. Moving on to contestant number 10, Jang Seo-jin from Daesung Middle School, first grader. The title is in Korean, 지구환경 오염 문제인 해결 방안. I guess the English title would be global warming.
다음 참가자 10번 장서진 외성중학교 1학년. 제목은 지구환경 오염 문제 인식 및 해결 방안입니다. 장서진 학생 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
목소리 크게 한 번만 더 해볼게요.
안녕하세요.
네. 발표할 때는 이것보다 조금 더 크게 해서 또박또박 발표 부탁드려요. Whenever you're ready.
Hello, I'm going to be explaining the problems of global warming and how we can prevent it. First of all, what is global warming? Global warming is a phenomenon of climate going up and rapidly, and it causes a bad impact to our environment. Second of all, why is it so hard to stop global warming? Everyone actually knows how to stop it, but the problem is that they don't try it because they don't think it's gonna work, and others would think the same. And it's gonna end up like no one is even trying. We need to change the thought that doing alone is useless. Just try to do it for the earth, like not using a car unless it's far enough, or like using a or like using a tumbler, not a plastic bottle. Third of all, what's happening if we don't stop it? Like polar bears, there will be thousands of polar bears dying in places we can't see. Every second they will die, every minute they will suffer, every hour they will find a place to live. And and more seriously, this problem will come back to us later on. The Arctic, the North Pole will melt in a strong sunlight, and part of the island will sink into the sea. Rising sea levels means a lot of people will lose their property on their island where they've lived. Now it came to the point where we also have to leave the land. We should have prevented that in advance. Not regretting like this in the future, we should try to reduce the use of the plastic. And also remember, it's you who live in the future, and also you don't want your future to be underwater. Thank you.
Very good. Moving on to contestant number 11, Jang Tae-eun from Daesung Middle School, first grader. The title is My Daily Life After COVID-19.
다음 참가자 11번 장채은 외성중학교 1학년. 제목은 My Daily Life After COVID-19입니다. 장채은 학생 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
목소리 크게 한 번만 더 해볼게요.
안녕하세요.
네, 좋습니다. 준비됐습니다. Whenever you're ready.
The first thing in my daily life that changed by COVID-19 is that I have online classes. Originally, students like us have to go to school, but since 2019, the COVID-19 was serious, so it has been changed to online classes at home. And office workers have online meetings. I had a lot of good things about online classes. First of all, I like that I could have a lunch that I wanted, and I could turn on music during classes. The second thing in my daily life that changed by COVID-19 is to wear a mask. Of course, I would wear it when pollen or fine dust is severe, but I had to keep wearing a mask outside the house due to COVID-19. I had a hard time because the mask was stuffy and I couldn't lick in my friends' faces. The third daily life changed by COVID-19 was that stores and facilities closed quickly, and 9 to 10 o'clock stores closed, so the number of visitors store decreased and the number of people ordering delivery food increased, and environmental pollution problems occurred. In this way, my daily life had online classes, wearing mask distancing, but thanks to good practice, the number of confirmed
cases and deaths decreased, vaccine came out, and distancing restrictions were lifted. If you compare 2022 and 2019 hasn't changed a lot. I hope the day came out COVID-19 and completely. I am looking forward to living my life with no COVID-19. It would be great. I am really glad to participate this contest. Thank you for listening my speech. Thank you.
Right, moving on to contestant number 12, Jung Si-won from Kumcheon Middle School, first grader. The title is Changed Daily Life by COVID-19.
다음 참가자 12번 정시원 중등중학교 1학년 제목은 Changed Daily Life by COVID-19입니다. 정시원 학생 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
한 번 더 안녕하세요. 크게 해볼게요. 안녕하세요. 해볼게요. 크게.
안녕하세요.
네, 좋습니다. 목소리 크게 유지해서 발표 시작해 주시면 될 것 같습니다. Whenever you're ready.
Due to COVID-19, we're going through confusing times, and I would like to tell you some of the ways our lives have changed because of the pandemic. First of all, due to COVID-19, people are forced to wear masks when going out. This has drastically changed their daily lives. It has become more difficult to breathe, which makes physical activities more strenuous. Also, even though we are wearing masks, we're still forced to follow social distancing, which makes interacting in public with others very problematic. Secondly, online classes have become more prevalent, and attending school in person has become more complex, disrupting the rhythm of life. As a result, it has become more and more challenging to maintain our day-to-day lives. We can see evidence of this in the survey, which states that after the corona outbreak, the proportion of students who went to bed after midnight almost doubled, indicating that COVID-19 has broken many students' regular life patterns. One last point on the disruptive effects of COVID-19. Nurses and doctors worldwide are overworked due to the ever-growing number of patients. Furthermore, the hospital they work in are often out of space, and also the resources to help all those infected are limited at best. This is forcing people to self-quarantine and in some cases not receive the treatment they might need. Despite the toll COVID-19 has had on the world's population, some positive effects have been detectable. For example, because of intense quarantine laws worldwide, wild and endangered animals have become more visible and less at risk because of human interaction. Also, air quality has improved since we are all stuck in our homes and using our cars less. Lastly, food expenses have gone down because people are eating out less. In conclusion, COVID-19 has brought significant change to our daily life. I hope the pandemic will end soon. Thank you.
Moving on to contestant number 13, Ho Yoon-seo, student from middle school. Actually, she's the last. She would be the last contestant for the first graders for middle school. The title is How Coronavirus Has Changed My Life.
13번 참가자 조윤서 대성중학교 1학년 제목은 How Coronavirus Has Changed My Life입니다. 조윤서 학생 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 좋습니다. 목소리 크게 해서 발표 시작하시면 될 것 같습니다. Whenever you're ready.
The past 2 years has seen the world change in many ways that nobody could have predicted. There is no doubt that the coronavirus has turned many aspects of our lives upside down. But to me, it's school that has changed the most. Years ago, before coronavirus, going to school was totally normal, and I didn't have to think much about it. All I had to do was finish my homework, get ready in the morning, and be on time for class. It was so easy because there was so little to worry about. However, things have changed, and not always for the better. School is not always at school because we do online classes if there are too many coronavirus cases nearby. Some classes like history and math are okay to do online, but it's a little strange jumping around my living room in the middle of the day during PE. It was pretty fun staying at home all the time and not going to school, but I started to miss my friends a lot. However, if I have to physically go to school, then there are lots of changes. Going to school includes my normal routine of getting ready in the morning, then arriving at school. When I get to school, the first thing I need to do is sanitize my hands, check my temperature, and make sure my mask never comes off to prevent the spread of coronavirus. Once that is done, I get to go to class, which isn't so different, except for PE. I have never been a great athlete, but wearing a mask during physical activities makes things 10 times harder. However, I can see my friends at school, which is a lot more better than staying at home. And when school is over, I go to academy, which is almost the same as before. Coronavirus has really changed a lot about the way we all live, but the place I feel the most is when I go to school. The pandemic has made me realize how important personal space is because everyone was trapped at home with their family. Hopefully one day things will go back to normal. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me. Thank you.
Alright, before we move on to number 14, 저희 넘어가기 전에 하나만 더 말씀드리겠습니다. 가능하시면 여러분 카메라에 눈을 고정시키고 안 떼시는 게 좋아요. 만약에 눈이 너무 이렇게 내려가 있거나 너무 이렇게 올라가 있다 하면은 심사위원 분들이 읽는 걸로 간주를 할 수도 있기 때문에 그런 오해가 없으려면 최대한 화면에 비친 나를 바라보지 마시고 카메라를 바라보시는 게 제일 좋은 방법입니다. 조금 더 저희 심사위원 분들도 공정하게 오해하지 않고 심사를 할 수 있을 것 같습니다. 넘어가 보겠습니다. Alright, contestant number 14. 김재호 from 내성 Middle School, second grader. The title would be My Changed Life Because of COVID-19.
다음은 14번 참가자 김재호, 내성중학교 2학년, 제목은 My Changed Life Because of COVID-19입니다. 김재호 학생, 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
목소리 조금 더 크게 해볼게요.
안녕하세요.
네, 목소리 크게 해서 발표해 주시면 될 것 같습니다. Whenever you're ready.
Good day, everyone. Today, I would like to share to everyone how coronavirus has changed my daily life. First, let me compare how my life was before and after coronavirus hit the world. Before the virus, it was easy for me to enter any buildings, such as restaurants, schools, academies, hospitals, etc., without checking my temperature, sanitizing my hands, and writing my name and numbers for records. But now, it's very inconvenient for me to enter any of those facilities because I have to undergo the process every time. Second, when it comes to spending time with people, it was very common for me to visit my relatives, especially on holidays. However, because of the situation, the government became strict about gatherings, which stopped me from meeting my family and friends. I didn't have any choice but to stay at home even on special occasions. Third, people like me who are into sports were disappointed because we weren't able to fully enjoy our favorite sports, such as soccer, basketball, and swimming. Lastly, it became uncomfortable for me to sneeze or cough in public places because they might think that I am infected. Generally, my life and other people's lives have drastically changed because of coronavirus. I have no choice but to adopt the changes. But from corona, I learned that ordinary life is the best. Thankfully, because of the vaccine, coronavirus is getting better these days. When it all ends, I would like to do some interesting activities I couldn't. I would like to visit some places and do some interesting activities I couldn't do for the last 2 years. Nevertheless, I am still wishing everything will go back to normal. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Moving on to contestant number 15, 손연우, student from Yeonghang Middle School, second grader. The title is React Against Environment Destruction.
다음 참가자 15번 손연우, 매송중학교 2학년, 제목은 React Against Environment Destruction입니다. 손연우 학생, 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
목소리 크게 해서 한 번만 더 해볼게요. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
좋습니다. 목소리 더 크게 유지해서 발표해 주시면 될 것 같습니다. Whenever you're ready.
Currently, there are multiple issues revolving around the environment. For example, global warming, due to the increase in waste emission, is becoming a major problem. These issues are not only affecting our lives, it will continue for decades or even centuries, and influence our descendants' lives as well, leading to the final destruction of Earth. People tend to think like the following: it won't hurt to use more electricity or make more waste. After all, it's only one person. Suppose everyone embraces one's actions as so and pushes the responsibility they have over taking care of the environment to others. It will worsen the situation. Therefore, we mustn't ignore the fatal symptoms of environmental issues that are occurring and stay alert. It is time for us to realize that these small problems happening today can make a totally different tomorrow. The first environmental issue is global warming. Global warming is due to the excessive use of fossil fuel, which includes coal, oil, and natural gas. Though these are the main resources that keep society running, using too much of it can cause the greenhouse effect. The greenhouse effect is when the sun's rays penetrate the surface of the atmosphere, but the heat is reflected off the surface, leaving it impossible for it to escape back into space. This is the main reason why the average temperature of the Earth is rising. Because of global warming, icebergs from the North and South Pole are melting, leaving no habitats for the polar bears. Another result of global warming is that sea levels are rising and islands like Maldives and Tuvalu are submerging into the water, gradually disappearing. These phenomena will disrupt the balance of ecosystem and eventually affect humanity. Therefore, we must reduce the use of fossil fuel by using public transportation or walking instead of taking a car. We should also expand the use of natural resources such as hydropower, geothermal power, and wind power. The second environmental issue is the increase in waste emission. Problems with waste disposal are attributed to generating too much waste. Korea alone is responsible for producing 586,500 tons per year. If only a tiny country like Korea disposes of this much, think of how much waste the rest of the population is making. Nowadays, consumers prefer convenient and fast products, so that is why people use too much of one-time use plastic straws, cups, and plastic bags. Companies are also manufacturing one-time use products without prioritizing reuse, recycling, or the use of environmentally friendly materials. So how should we solve this problem? In order to reduce the disposal of waste, we should use recyclable things such as such as cups, bottles, and tote bags. Companies should also take part in trying to resolve these issues by manufacturing eco-friendly products. The suffering of Earth is not a light problem anymore. It is time for us to acknowledge the severity of these issues and take action in order to restore our Earth. Thank you.
Moving on. Contestant number 16. Number 16. 16E Haewon from Kuncheon Middle School second grader. The title is Sustainable Future.
다음 참가자 16번 이혜원, 인천중학교 2학년, 제목은 Sustainable Future입니다. 이혜원 학생, 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 소리 좋습니다. 소리 크게 해서 준비되셨으면 시작하시면 될 것 같습니다. Whenever you're ready.
Environmental problems become more serious every year. Although people are aware of problems such as microplastics, global warming, and carbon emissions that become more serious every year. Some people are trying to protect the environment while other people ignore the problems. So I want to talk about some serious problems and some things we can do. First of all, global warming. I would like to talk about the mass reindeer death incident in the Chunjia area. Due to the worsening global warming, glaciers began to melt when the Earth's temperature rises. The bacteria that had been frozen for a long time were released when glaciers melted. When the frozen Andrex bacteria thawed, reindeer began to be infected. As the reindeer were infected, people began to get infected. Eventually, 2,300 reindeer had to be incinerated. Global warming does not just increase the temperature of the Earth, but also causes many problems. In addition, modern life is suffering because of mining waste and carbon emission, and environmental pollution is becoming more serious as carbon emission increase, causing the average temperature of the Earth rise. The trash we throw away every day makes modern life sick or even kills our precious sea life. Even many companies are making efforts to improve the environment. Bingware Yogurt Company is campaigning to recycle yogurt wrappers to sell gardening kits and donate the proceeds to the Environment Foundation. The government has come up with a policy to prevent the use of disposable cups in cafes. Companies and governments make efforts to improve the environment, but individual efforts should also be made. So I'm going to start with a small action in my daily life. Use tumblers to reduce the use of disposable cups when getting takeout at cafes, and use eco bags instead of plastic bags when going to supermarkets. Did you know that the brightness of your smartphone also affects the environment? Try to reduce the brightness of your smartphone and reduce eye fatigue, and also reduce environmental pollution. Small changes in everyday life create a brighter, sustainable future. Thank you.
Moving on to contestant number 17, Im So-yoon. She will be the last contestant for the second grader of the middle school. Contestant number 17, Im So-yoon from Daesung Middle School, second grader. The title is Prosecutor which is my proud dream.
다음은 참가자 17번 임서윤, 중학교 2학년, 제목은 Prosecutor, which is my proud dream입니다. 임서윤 학생, 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 좋습니다. 준비되셨으면 시작하시면 됩니다. Whenever you're ready.
Hello everyone. Today I want to talk about a prosecutor, which is my proud dream. When I was young, my dreams changed very often. When people said, "Oh, you're good at painting," then I want to be an artist. If people praise me, "You're good at singing," or "You're good at dancing," like this, my dream has been always changed. Maybe when I was young, others' compliment is more important than my heart. But one day, a special book changed my whole life. Since I was young, I liked to read books, so I went to the library many times. One day, I found a book about prosecutor. Among the stories, a female prosecutor story was very impressed one to me. I will tell you a story of her. She was in charge of a sexual violence case. In the first trial, she charged the assailant 20 years in the prison. But the next trial, he got only 4 years in the prison. She said, "I felt so guilty to victim because the man who gave a very big wound to victim will eventually get out of the prison and leave the same society with victim." And she also she must be afraid of the revenge of him, and she will suffer from the after effect of bad memories. The criminal case was ended, but she tried to protect the victim. She gave a direction to install the CCTV in dangerous places and receive a written disposition of prohibition of access for the victim. After I read this story, I came up with 2 ideas. First, the prosecutor who defends the justice and helping others was very touching to me. So I thought I will grow to be like her. That's the first reason that why I want to be a prosecutor. Also, I thought the man who destroyed the other's life gets so little punishment. So I make oneself a promise to change our law. Now that I think about it, it was a bit reckless, but I want to protect a little girl who tried to be like her. So I never stopped the effort to be a prosecutor. This is the end of my story about my dream. Thank you for listening.
All right, moving on to our last contestant from middle school. This is contestant number 18, Kim Tae-hwan from Daesung Middle School, 3rd grade. The title is The Future with Robots.
다음 참가자 18번 김태환, 매성중 3학년, 제목은 The Future with Robot입니다. 김태환 학생 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 소리 크게 해서 시작하시면 될 것 같습니다. Whenever you're ready.
Have you ever watched SM movies? In the past, people thought the movie contents were just imagination, that the robots couldn't be commercialized. But now the robots are one of the most important developments technology. So many people use robots in many places, and this will increase in the future. Let's see what movie imagination is coming true. 1. Electric car and self-driving car. People use car for transport. Cars have lots of advertised but also weakness. For example, if you drive in a car for a long time, you may feel hard and exhausting, and it is very easy to get involved in an accident, so many people get hurt or die every year. And it also uses too much fuel and causes environmental pollution. But here are some cars to solve these problems: an electric car and self-driving cars. Electric car is used electric powered, and it is becoming more easily commercialized. And it is eco-friendly, so people can protect developments for our environment. Self-driving cars is one of the most important developments for our future. It is very easy to drive. You just say where to go and you can do anything you need. The car will automatically go to the destination you set. This technology is still being tested, but we will see it frequently in our life soon. 2. Drones. Drones are a very attractive use of robots because they can be used everywhere, where they can go to places which people can't go like inside a volcano and deep in ocean. It can also used for fun. For example, people hold drone racing contests every year. Players fly their drones around track. It is fun not only to play but also to watch. It can be used work of art. On 2018 Pyeongchang Winter Olympic Games, Korea showed off on Oryeonggi, the Olympic rings made up of flying drones. It looked very beautiful. Even now, drones technology continuing to develop. 3. Robot pets. Many people keep pets like cats or dogs. But it is very difficult to look after pets because there are many things you have to do, like feeding, washing, and exercising. But in the future, it is more easily because of the availability of the RoboPets. RoboPets is similar to pet dolls, but RoboPets has one special thing. It has AI. If you call over the name of the RoboPets, it is come to you and act. The best thing of the RoboPets is you don't have to feed or wash them. So for these reasons, many people will keep RoboPets instead of real pets. I want to have RoboPets too. Today I introduced how robots are already being used and they will develop robots. I truly hope robots can join our life soon. Thank you so much.
That was our last contestant for middle school. Now we're going to move on to high school contestant. Contestant number 1, Park Sun-bom from Bunghwang High School, first grader. The title will be Our Planet is Getting Sick, so here's a way.
다음은 고등학생 참가자 1번 박승범, 동원고등학교 1학년. 제목은 Our Planet is Getting Sick, so here's why. 박승범 학생, 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 박승범 학생.
네.
잠시만요. 박승범 안녕하세요 한번 해주세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 원래는 화면을 조정하라고 알려드리지 않습니다. 왜냐면 이게 다 준비를 하고 들어오는 게 맞기 때문에. 하지만 중고등부에는 초등부처럼 참가자들이 많은 게 아니라서 알려드리겠습니다. 승범 학생 지금 화면이 세로로 보여요. 그래서 화면 잠금을 풀고 화면을 가로로 돌려주시면 고맙겠습니다. 네.
화면을 옆으로 넘기면 되나요?
네, 화면이 지금 이렇게 세로로 보이고 있거든요. 이거를 이렇게 돌리셔야 돼요. 가로로. 근데 지금 잠금이 네, 됐습니다.
됐어요?
네, 됐습니다.
이러면 고정 못하는데.
네.
이러면 손으로 들고 해야 하는데 괜찮나요?
이렇게 하면 손으로 들고 해야 된다고요? 네. 고정시킬 수 있으면 시켜보고 네, 이렇게 원래 이렇게 이제 시작되기 전에 한번 확인을 해야 되는 건데 네, 그래도 가로로 해야 되는 사연이 될 텐데 여러분들 보시기 불편하시니까 그냥 고정시켜서 진행하는 걸로 해보겠습니다.
네.
네. 준비되셨으면은 시작하시면 될 것 같습니다. Okay, whenever you're ready.
Our planet is getting sick, so here's a way. First, public transport rather than a car. Our diesel vehicles are the #1 source of air pollution in cities. Fine dust emptied by all diesel vehicles reduced smoke, harming human health and destroying the city. Planet. It is recommended to change the old diesel vehicle to an eco-friendly electric vehicle and to use public transportation rather than a private car when traveling for short distance on foot. When looking at the CO2 emission coefficients by means of transportation, passenger plane, SUV, middle-sized vehicle, high-speed rail, and high-speed bus occur most in the order. If you have to travel the same distance, it is better to use transportation that can reduce greenhouse gas emission as much as possible in consideration of the carbon dioxide emission coefficients. Second, laundry is also eco-friendly. If you use a laundry net, you can filter out of the fine fibers generated during washing to prevent water pollution. It is recommended to run the washing machine during a time when electricity is not used much and fabric softener is used only when necessary, as it is the #1 contributor to water pollution. Adding a small amount of vinegar instead of softener is also effective in sterilizing process and washing machine. Third, a little practice in bathroom. Use a gargling cup to brush your teeth and never leave the faucet running when washing your face. Taking the short time is also a good idea. 1 minute less short time can save 20 liters of water. You can reduce the amount of water used when flushing the toilet by pressing a fill water bottle in the toilet. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Please, our final contestant for the day, contestant number 2, 이현석 from 전남 외국어 high school, second grader. The title is How to Achieve Net Zero in an Eco-Friendly Way.
네, 그럼 마지막 참가자 참가번 2번 이현석 전남외국어고등학교 2학년. 제목은 How to Achieve Net Zero in an Eco-Friendly Way입니다. 이현석 학생 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네. 저희 목소리 한번 더 크게 해서 해볼게요. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 준비되셨으면은 목소리 크게 해서 시작해 주시면 될 것 같습니다. Whenever you're ready.
As global warming accelerates, the number of warning deer sent to us is increasing. Even I come to the point where I can be able to notice the warning. Not only has the length of the season changed due to global warming, but also the weather itself is getting too hot or cold. In addition, more and more people and animals are complaining of their pain, which is being caused by global warming all over the world. Through media such as television, I have learned how global warming is affecting the Earth. Polar bears losing their ground due to glaciers melting in the Arctic, and the drought in Africa is causing serious water shortages. Sea levels are rising, islands like the Maldives are nearly being flooded. And lately, large forest fires actually killed about 500 million wild animals in Australia. As such, global warming is now a problem that can't be delayed any longer and must be solved.
The aid from global warming should be decreased even a little, and I would like to suggest a solution from now on. From an academic perspective, global warming is a phenomenon in which the average temperature of the Earth rises, and the fundamental cause is carbon dioxide emitted from fossils. Carbon dioxide, also known as greenhouse gas, has been the main cause of Earth's rising temperature by confining radiant energy released by the Earth. Therefore, we come to one conclusion. We need to reduce carbon dioxide emissions. There are few options for reducing greenhouse gas. The first option is to develop alternative energy sources and increase renewable energy. Renewable energy is sustainable development, having the advantage of low cost and short installation periods. Replace existing fossil fuels with renewable energy is expected the reduction of negative influence on the environment. Secondly, the introduction of ESG management is necessary. ESG management is an enterprise effort for sustainable development, and environmental responsibility is also required. Recently, an international conference, COP26, was held, and as a result, completed halting coal power generation and worldwide by 2050, and achieving net zero has been decided as a goal. For the reason that global warming is now a problem that international issue, ESG management is not an option but a necessity. If companies contribute to net zero with economic development, we will be able to bring down carbon emissions. Lastly, protecting and planting many trees is important. Trees absorb carbon dioxide and release oxygen instead. Efforts to protect forests and plant trees will be a great help in addressing climate change. There are still many things you can do to prevent global warming other than the I suggest. Global warming is the task that everyone has to solve together. Here is the famous quote, "Little drops of water make the mighty ocean." Even it's just a small thing, many people can get through big difficulty by working together. Now, what we need is to recognize ourselves as a member of global community and try to solve the problems we faced. Your own help will be the first step toward becoming a global citizen living on the earth. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
All right, that wraps up the middle school and high school side of the very first English contest in Naju. Now all the judges will seal their score and will announce the winners on the 27th of May, which is next week.
네, 이로써 제1회 나주 영어말하기 대회 중등부, 고등부 모든 발표가 마무리되었습니다. 모든 심사위원들의 심사표는 공인된 뒤에 5월 27일 금요일에 입상자분들을 공지할 예정입니다.
네, 그리고 심사 기준에 대해서 살짝 설명을 드리면 심사위원분이 5분이 계십니다. 그 중에서 여러분들의 최고점과 최저점을 뺀 나머지 3분의 점수를 더해서 평균을 낼 겁니다. 그게 여러분들의 점수입니다. 그래서 점수에 따라서 이렇게 수상자를 가려낼 예정이고요. 그리고 27일에 다음 주 27일 금요일에 입상자 분들을 이제 카페를 통해서 공지할 예정이고, 그리고 입상자 여러분들 이제 그게 대시 선정이 되시면 개별로 또 상 받는 분들에게는 개별로 또 연락을 할 예정입니다. 그렇기 때문에 저 시간을 가지고 조금 기다려 주시면 좋은 결과 있기를 바라겠습니다. 참가자 여러분들, 그리고 옆에서 많은 도움을 주셨을 보호자분들께도 감사의 말씀드리고 수고하셨습니다. Alright, before we leave, let's give a round of applause for each one of you who did their best today.
네, 마치기 전에 오늘 모두 수고하신 분들을 위해 다 같이 박수 한번 치겠습니다.
여러분들 나가기 전에 저희 이제 스크린샷을 이렇게 딱 찍어서 여러분들의 사진을 남길 거예요. 그래서 조윤서 학생인가 지금 카메라 끄신 분들 다 다시 켜주세요. 그리고 내가 지금 질문 있다. 내가 지금 이거를 안 물어보면 안 되겠다라고 하시는 분들 있으실까요? 손 들어주세요. 이렇게 질문 있으면 손 없으실 것 같아요. 그러면 사진 한번 질문 있으신가요? 아니요, 네네네. 저희 그럼 사진을 한번 찍고 마무리를 하겠습니다. 이렇게 여러분 저희 손아트에서 한번 찍을게요. 다 같이 손아트 한 번만 해주세요. 네, 사진 한번 저희 심사위원분들 같이 하고 계십니다. 네. 오시셔도 됩니다. 네, 일단 스크린샷 찍겠습니다. 3, 2, 1. 친구 들어왔어요. 한 번만 더 할게요. 우리 윤서 친구도 사진 한번 찍고 마무리하겠습니다. 손아트 한 번만 부탁드릴게요. 자, 찍어주세요. 3, 2, 1. 네, 고생하셨습니다, 여러분. 오늘 집에 가서 집에 계신가 모르겠지만 일단 맛있는 거 드시고 오늘 너무너무 수고 많으셨습니다. 이제 춤을 나가셔도 됩니다. 수고하셨습니다.
네, 여기 가운데 앉으세요.
네, 저희 음소거 좀 시켜주세요.
네.